Hi, guys. Hi. What's up? It's 1 o'clock p.m. 3/23, 2024. That's a Saturday, March 23rd, 2024. How are you today? Oh, I gotta get my mic closer to my face. I'm so sorry about that. There we go. Hope you guys are doing well today. Today we will be playing some wonderful Horizon Forbidden West, some wonderful Final Fantasy 11, and some wonderful EVE Online. It has been a good day. I was rained in. I was hoping to exercise today, but I wasn't able to. I had to go do a bunch of chores around the house, and it was raining anyways. So here we are, a little bit earlier than usual, and gonna go about, well, not earlier, but I mean like I would have been later. But anyways, I am going to be playing some Final Fantasy 11 and some EVE Online, and I'm just gonna pop over real quick. And I'm gonna say hello. Thank you for coming to my channel. I just want to say please like, sub, and thank you for your time. Thank you for showing up every single day. I know that some of you do. And thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. I felt that yesterday's session was entirely too angry. I spent about 3 hours lambasting bullshit ass Microsoft for fucking with me so much. And then I got really angry over Horizon Zero Dawn, and the only real bright point in my day, beyond how good it was to finally fix Horizon settings and get to the place I needed to be, was a Fortnite win. And at the end of the day, I went to go post all that, and I got my files confused, and it was just this snagged mess, and I couldn't figure out what was what, and I couldn't get the Windows is Windows, so they can't even get a date on a file right anymore. So all my life I've been fine with file dates, but now they're like, oh, yeah, this is from 3 years ago, and it's like, nah, motherfucker, I made this file today. Like, seriously, Windows will say 2021 on sometimes on files that I made today. So I don't know. So I got all smagged up. I had 11 files, and I was like, there's no way. I was exhausted. I was like, I've been up for 15 hours and working, and I'm not going to sort through 11 files, and I'm not going to do it in the morning. I'm not going to take the time. So I just scrapped an entire fucking day yesterday. But the only real bright part of it, besides the actual Horizon content, was you seem to want um, yeah, I don't want familiar. I can't. I use my familiar. The fucking stupid scorpion. Go you. You're slow. Okay, looking good. And sorry, I will deactivate now. And we are ready to do the gameplay. Just setting up to play and everything. Sorry about that. So there we go. And I like showing you my face. Hi. um, Thank you for your time. Just gonna double check OBS here, and I'm gonna double check my titles and my various streams and all this. We have watching with two viewers. Good to see you. Hello, I love you. Let me tell you. Don't tell me your name. Then we're going to reload. Good, looking good. Okay, and everything that is happening should be happening. Corpuscles are corpuscling, and we are ready to move forward. Then, die, you stupid leech. Yes, it is much faster now. And you are not really even giving me XP or loot, so maybe we move on to bigger prey now. I do have some buffer, a little bit. I think the leeches are still better, because that's 160 XP right there for pretty fast. Like, like, I don't know, 2 minutes? You get like 160 XP. It's about the same as an XP party, actually. Yeah, see, he's already half dead. We'll run a starlight to get full. I'm learning to just keep my mana full all the time. I should get astral rings, but I mean, I don't know. There's a certain point where you just don't have the time anymore. I need a sniper ring. Or so you don't have the time to cast all the spells, really. I need a pair of sniper rings, and that's going to be a nightmare. And a peacock charm. If I'm gonna have a Kraken club, I have to actually make this character decent, and that's annoying. I really wasn't looking for that kind of commitment, frankly. but I don't mind it. It's okay. It's something I can do solo. I can earn the money to buy all of it. I can buy the peacock charm. I can go get the O hat with BST. There's no problem with that. I can go get. I can live with either Dusk or SH for a chess piece, but probably more or maybe Halby. I don't know. Halberg or Halbergen. I don't know. But well, no. I mean that's I don't think so. I think it's actually Halby. And there's all this stuff I have to buy. It's like 10 million worth of shit. It's 10 million worth of shit. I need a Vermilion cloak for this class, as opposed to that. As opposed to the Gouty harness. I need. What's it called? I need the Dusk Pants. I need the Amendment Mantle. I need the Sniper Rings. I don't know what the best boots are. I think I'm supposed to go get the Tatami Shield, which is something I don't want to do. And yeah, and what else? I think that's it. I think there's probably a really good necklace. Oh no, and then I have to go buy the Peacock Charm. That's 6 mil or something like that. The Peacock Charm's 6. I think the Sniper Rings are like a mil for the set. Look, I'm talking about 10 million in loot here. People think I'm bad, but I don't think they reach 10 million in loot. I've reached it 5 times. You understand? I have spent like 500 million gil in my lifetime on my FFXI retail account. People don't know, but I did. I mean, just in the Kashmir, to make the what's it called, Shair Manteel set, I must have spent 7 million in the year 2000 and fucking whatever it was, 5, I think. In the year 2005, I think I must have spent like, yeah, like, you know, and I was young too. I was fucking young. I was like 17 or something dumb, or 19. I don't know what it was. But yeah, I spent like fucking some ungodly amount on burning Kashmir with 110 or 106 cloth crafting, trying to make Shair Manteels and all this other cloth crafting stuff that I needed for Bard. Because I got Gallarhorn. And I mean, I got Shair. Well, I was going to get Gallarhorn, excuse me, so I got Shair on the way. And like that was such a fucking grind, and it just kept going. All that Dyna currency, it just went on for years. It was just nuts. It just kept going. All the BCNMs, all the HNMs, all that stuff, all the Sky, everything, and all the COP, and yeah, and I spent an exorbitant amount of money. And so, like, I think some people are like, oh, you don't play the game that well or whatever. But I don't think they've blown 500 million gil. I don't think they've been in Kupo. I don't think... I think you guys misunderstand my complete and utter laziness for being bad. But I don't think you have the accolades. I don't think you ran under Sinstar in 2005. Sinstar's on this server. If you knew Sinstar, you'd understand. Like, you didn't run under Sinstar. I did. Sinstar is like the greatest Final Fantasy 11 player in the world, I think. He or she, I've never understood the gender, but he or she was the leader of Kupo on Fenrir. That's reported. I mean, there's only one or two or maybe 5 other LSs in the world, most of them on Shura. But I mean, like, we had like a top fucking 5 LS, and Sinstar was the leader. He's a top 5 player of all time, I think. Like, on retail, anyways. He had all the gear when it was current and all that stuff, and he was number 1 ninja, I think, in the world. And so, like, ninja tank in the world, and Asian, I'm certain of it, and just, you know, awesome. And and so I think they see me dying all the time. They're like, why do you have a crack club? You're bad. Because I can't focus on this game. I played it so much for 20 fucking years. I can't focus on it. I can't do it. I can't. I can walk my character around to figure out where to go next, but I can't even think about the quests. I can't do it. It's something impossible for me. You do something so long, you can't focus on it. It's like, literally, if I were to pull Kirim right now, I would auto attack, it'd sick the pet, and I would alt tab, and I would go to EVE Online, and I'd start gambling. I really would. So, anyways, time to fire up Horizon, guys. I just wanted to get a little bit more buffer while I paid attention. But now we're going to set up to play some Horizon. Looking for my Steam. There we go. Gonna put Horizon on my desktop. Can't do that? Okay, never mind then. Maybe I can solidify it that way. Are you killing me? No, I don't think so. Okay. And so now that I got the Kraken Club, it's like the game pressured me to go get all the other gear that you can get outside of the Alliance H&M scene, right? So you can get a surprisingly amazing amount of gear outside the Alliance scene. So there's a whole bunch of stuff I have to do, and I'll show you too. So right now the weapon slot is done, but for the next slot in the weapon slot is the shield. I've got to go get Tatami Shield. That's a boss in COP that takes an Alliance, and but you can pug that one. So I'll get one. I'll go get a Tatami Shield. Gives your pet accuracy or something. I forget what it does, but it's super good. For headpiece, I'm gonna take Optical Hat, but before I take Optical Hat, I will take Emperor's Hairpin or maybe I'll just go get the Optical Hat. But whether I don't know, I'll probably more likely get Emperor Pin before I hit 75. Maybe, I don't know. For the chest piece, it's probably Halberg, or I think it's actually Scorpion Harness for Beastmaster, but I don't really know. I need two chest pieces. I need Beastmaster. I'm sorry, I need Scorpion Harness, but for when I'm in a party, and Vermilion Cloak for when I'm in not. You can get all that gear, but the problem is, like when you go do all the Alliance stuff, you end up being slaves to your friends for years. You end up being. I've done it enough times to know it's cancer. I don't ever want to do it again. You end up being fucking slaves to your friends, and they guilt trip you. They're like, I was there for you when you needed your fucking your drops and your pop items and all this stuff. You need to come here for me and all this, and it gets you totally snared up when you really don't want to waste any more time. When you get burnt out, you lose friends because they're like, nah man, like we need you right now and all this, and so I'm like, nah, that commitment's like not too good. So oh yeah, resume, yeah, cool, yeah, ooh, looks good, 107, yeah, looks good. So oh shit, ooh, come back here. I don't remember how to fucking melee hit. Yes, yeah. It's got a weird mix of New World in it. Okay, so I might mute the. No, I'll just turn it down. The music's good, but it's a little loud now. I think it's really good music, and I want to turn it up, but I'm gonna cut it down to about half what it is right now. So, what was I going to talk about? So yes, the gear, right? The gear. So we're going to go back to FFXI just to open the slots real quick. So, on the chest piece, that's, so we're going to, let's do a calculator, right? I'm going to pull a calculator. We're going to talk about how much gil I actually need. And it's not going to be an accurate number in any way or form, but it's going to be ballpark because I don't know what, I don't know what numbers, so yeah, so we need so I'm gonna need the Tatami Shield, but that's a drop, which is good. The headpiece is 400,000, I think, or more, probably more like 6, but right now we're gonna say 400 for the chest piece. We need probably 2 million for the Vermilion Cloak, plus the what's the chest piece? It is SH, which is probably, I'm gonna say on average 500,000, right? Then oops, sorry. And then we need the cloak, which is probably 1 million. I don't know what a mental is, so I'm gonna put a placeholder number here of like 300,000. But I really don't know what a mental is. That's just what I've always remember it being, but I really don't know. The belt has to be Swift Belt. That's a drop in Sacrarium. I've been doing COP just so I can unlock and get that stuff. I have to go get the Swift Belt. I think I'm allowed to get Dusk Gloves and Dusk Legs, which is just a little. It reduces your run speed just under where it's annoying. That's another probably 1.5, something like that for both of those. So I'm just going to combine them together because they're basically the same thing. Dusk gloves, dusk legs, and dusk boots, actually. So actually, it's more, and then I have to add in the boots, which are probably another 500k, something like that. You see that? I'm not kidding about this stuff either. It's wait, go back. Yeah, there we go. Yep, is another 500k for the boots. The sniper rings are a mil, so we're gonna add the million for that. The sniper rings. The peacock charm yep, plus. Oh no, you fucked up. God damn it! I hate calculators without like their calculators are so incompetent. 500,000 for the Emperor band. 2 mil for the cloaks. Let's call it 1 mil for the amendment, but I mean that's a very like generous like price. I think it's actually less than that. The belt I can get as a drop. The gloves, the boots, and the gloves, the boots, and the pants are about 2 million in dusk gear. So we're gonna add that up. The peacock charm is 6 million. And you think I'm kidding about all this stuff, but no, I will go get all this. The peacock charm, the 2 rings are 1 million. And and I don't know what for the earrings. I don't know what I'll do for the earrings. It'll be something expensive though. It'll be 2 Dex earrings, probably comprising probably about 1 million. It's gonna be Dex earrings, right? And yeah, so I mean, it's gonna be like 1 million. It's gonna be whatever the level 65 Dex rings are. They're gonna be fucking expensive. So 15 million is, and it's a generous assessment, right? I'll never. The only gear swapping I ever do is when I go to rest. I don't ever swap gear in the middle. Well, I do swap gear in combat. I switch the vermilion for when I'm resting or I need mana. Probably keep the vermilion on. I might not even buy with the Kraken Club. I don't really see how it's. I mean, I guess SH is better, but I don't really, as a BST, I don't really see how. I mean, really, you could do both. You could do DPS and heals, and so I will build a heal set on my BST, and I will heal like a white mage, and I will probably, maybe I will just do astral rings over the sniper rings actually, because the power of having that much mana on a BST is kind of insane. I even could consider perhaps foregoing the peacock charm, but I don't want to. I don't want to forego the peacock charm. I don't want to. So, I mean, like, and I'm going to buy all this. There's no way I'm camping it. I mean, I have to do the Swift Belt. And I have to do the Tatami Shield, which is in and of itself like 5 weeks of work or something. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not 5 weeks of work. It's like a week of work. It's like a week of work to do. Tatami is short. You can do that in like 3 hours. But the fucking getting to Sacrarium and getting the fucking pop and getting the Swift Belt and getting the rep and the hate from the shadows and all that stuff, that is weeks. It's like probably for me, like probably 4 weeks. Like if I were to do it concerted, it would be a week. If I were to do it like how I do it, it's like a fourth of the time or a third of the time. So instead of 1 week, you got to think I'm playing 3 games full time at the same time. So what was I gonna say? I'm gonna just take a look here. 7 out of 8 are available. 7 million for the Augur and Navy issue cold for 6. It's not a good deal. Heavy abyssal energy for really cheap. I'll take the 600,000. Yeah, that's probably actually a good deal. It's an abyssal energy newt. That's a really fucking good deal. I don't care. Later on, I'll post my entire collection of abyssal, and I'll put 50 billion on it, and I'll get it too. In like 5 years, I'll just toss all this thing in a fucking contract. I'll toss all these abyssals I bought for years and years, and it'll be this like king's ransom collection of abyssals. And a player will look at it and they'll be like, "Wow, that is worth 50 billion." It's like fucking 4,000 abyssal pieces of loot. It's just a huge collection of them. And somebody will value, a corp will value it. They'll put it in their hangar and they'll fit all their ships with it and stuff. And they'll pay me 50 billion for my time. And that's what I'm doing here. If you wonder what I was doing with all the gambling and everything, I'm just collecting. Yep. Establish 5. That's 7 out of 16 are available. So 7 times 500 is 3.5 on a 5.6. It's a good deal. I'm not a man, so I can't wear the clothes, and that's a factor to me because Because I can't, if I were to never sell this, I would just use it. But I mean, I can't use this. So anyways, there we go. Get some gambling going and stuff. And so, yeah, as you can see, because I got the Kraken Club, and I did this on Nozomi, I paid $15 million for an entire warrior set on Nozomi. It was the full dust set, amendment mantle, pole grip. I had 3 pole grips. I also spent some money on Bard. I leveled Bard to 75, and I had a full minis ring Bard and all that. And so, you know, I've done this before. Farming 20 million does not bother me. I think it blows the mind of other people, but farming 20 million does not. And I'm going to just up it to 20 because I'm sure they're going to fuck me on the prices. I'm sure of it. I could probably really hunt these items and get good prices on them and shout in the chat and get better prices. But overall, like, I'm probably going to end up spending like 17.5 if I had to guess. So I'm going to blow like 17.5 on all of this. And I would never, ever do this. But I want to be Final Fantasy 11 hood rich. And hood rich means that you don't ever go to a clothes store. I mean, you go to clothes store, excuse me. You go to the auction house, but you don't go to like Saks Fifth Avenue or, I mean, you do, but you visit them rarely, but you don't go live in them every day buying clothes and stuff. You like, you know, it's just kind of weird. It's like I've been this rich before many times. I've blown many times this. It doesn't seem like much money to me. I've blown many times this, something like 320. If I had to guess in the end, I imagine I probably spent 320 on retail, somewhere around there. If I had to get like really make like I'm going to the grave and I've got to cross my father and heart to die. If I really had to estimate how much money I've spent on 11 on the retail, I would say it's like 320. If I had to guess what I spent on the Nozomi, it would probably be like 35 million. And if I had to guess what I spent on wings, it probably would have been about 3 million. So I have made somewhere in my life like 330 million. So these numbers of 20 don't really scare me that much. And so I want to be hood rich, which means that I don't go out with my gang to go get nice clothes from other gang members or bosses or whatever. I buy the clothes direct. I don't go out and earn my clothes. I buy my clothes. You know what I'm saying? I got the money to straight buy it, bitch. You know what I'm saying? So I do, and I'm gonna straight buy it. So I lost this, did I? Why does it sound so bad? Please get out of this. I hit the wrong button or something. Get it out. That terrible nails on chalkboard sound. You gotta fix that, you piece of shit developer. Get a clue. I'm sorry, man. I'm kind of sick of your fuck-ups. Like, straight up. All of them. All you companies. You fuck up all the time. You don't think that sounds like nails on a chalkboard? Why would you put that in your video game? Come on, man. Like my friend Bagon was bitching about how ugly the Starfield characters were. Why would you put that in your fucking game? You guys aren't that smart. I think the industry pays a lot, so people tend to think you're smart, but I don't think you're that intelligent. You make these decisions like make those characters look like that fucking potato face fugly put a bag over his shit, and it's like, man, and it bothered him. It really bothered him. He talked about it for days, and I was like, yeah, I don't mind it. It bothers me too. Like fucking like, why would you make something so beautiful but mar it with a big knife down the Mona Lisa face with the fucking terrible fucking potato face sponge character? Right? They did it to Baldur's Gate 3 too. Like they can't do facial recognition. Look at Aloy's face. You understand how much better this is than that's, and it's still not that attractive. This potato face is not that attractive. It looks like a dude, frankly. It looks like an Asian dude to me. It doesn't look feminine. It looks very, very trans, frankly. It looks sort of like a trans woman. It looks like a dude. It looks like, and her voice is very deep. I think they do this on purpose and all this. And it's awesome. I love it. But I also think like her face is not sexually attractive to me. And your video game faces are not sexually attractive to me. Those waifus in Genshin are sexually attractive to me. Their faces are, because they're drawn correctly. But if you use CGI to make faces, you don't do so well. It looks like pudgy McPie face. It looks like pudgy. It's like the triple P's, right? It's the pudgy potato pie face. It's the triple P. It's the pudgy potato pie face. It's the PPPF, right? It's disgusting. And my friend Bagon took it very personally. He was like, why would you want me lusting after these fucking female characters and trying to get my nut up for waifus and all this stuff if they have potato faces? And he was like saying stuff like this. And I was like, yes, I absolutely agree. I don't care if I don't view it as sexist. We're talking about AI sexless NPCs who aren't real, who are just trying to gender specifically appeal to men. But they look like potato face. I mean, now she looks a lot fucking better than what game was I talking about here with the potato face? Starfield. She looks a lot fucking better than Starfield. She does. She looks a lot better than that character that follows you around in Starfield. But she still looks potato face. Do you see it? She looks cherubic in a bad way. It looks like she's a baby and she's been eating a little too much, and it's like not too good. And I don't know how they're gonna fix that. They're gonna fix it though. It doesn't look good. It looks potato face. Now when it's in action, it looks really good. Don't get me wrong. It looks really fucking good. But it's still potato face. It's not that attractive of a face. It's like, and I think they do this on purpose, but I also think their engines aren't that good. I don't think their facial engines are so good. So Bagon was turned off by the Starfield characters and the BG3 characters. And that's especially a problem in BG3 because there's a ton of sex in BG3. And if those female characters are like put a bag on it, and the only reason I'm being sexist like that is, and I know it's a terrible fucking thing, and I'm talking about female characters, it comes across as sexist, but that is not my intention here. I'm talking about AI female NPCs or males. Put a bag on both of them. Male too. I mean, and I don't say that to be sexist about women. I'm being sexist, or like I'm saying I'm being like classist against ugly people or whatever. Like seriously, like, and I'm ugly. Trust me, I'm uglier than them. But like still, like my potato face is no better. But it's still like that. Like I don't know why you would voluntarily put a face like mine on a face like hers. She has potato face like me. She really does. Her face looks to me very pudgy. From some angles, it looks okay. See, from this angle, it looks like it's just a normal face. But if you directly look at her from a certain angle, she starts to look potato-y. See it? She looks like kind of potato-y, and it's a weird angle, but it happens all the time though. And so when they're up close and they're talking, a lot of their faces look potato face. Her face is not sexually attractive to me, which is very, very weird. The rest of her body is, and that's an uncanny valley thing, and they're very bad at it, kind of. Like, I feel weird being attracted to Aloy because she has a very, 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 very potato masculine face. There's no femininity in this person's face. You see it? This is how a man's look. The only feminine thing about her entire face is kind of a red blush, and her eyes are feminine, very beautiful, and some mascara and those eyebrows. The eyebrows are the main thing. The hair isn't even very feminine. Like, the fucking eyebrows are feminine. And I'm not complaining like I need my waifus to look sexy or be sexist or something like this. I'm saying you have a potato problem with your current face gen. You do. They look like potatoes. Starfield was the really condemnate, like the nails in the coffin in it. Like my friend Bagon stressed out with it. He was like, "Why the fuck would I wait a year and pay this much money and then wander around and fall in love with my follower, and then she looks like potato face though, you know?" And I don't know why you would do that. I think Todd thought that she looked good. I disagree. I don't think she looks good. Oh, no, I am dying? Oh, no, I'm dying. Why? Oh, yeah, okay. No. God damn it. That's fine. It's alright. We pulled everything. It's all good. Just kill him. Yeah, just go. It's good the leeches are paralyzed because they're not killing the tiger at all. Tigers are so fucking strong. I don't know why people are using sheep. They're so fucking stupid. Like, Roar is 10 times better than even Sheep Lullaby. Lullaby's great, but it won't really save you. The Paralyze will. Paralyze will generally save you. See, the tiger's taking, like, no damage because these leashes aren't barely swinging at all. They're all paralyzed as fuck. Yeah, they're, like, missing half their shit. No, they're not being paralyzed. It looks like Eric fixed that, maybe. But, yep, you died before you could bomb. Haha. So, okay. So now we're going to play some Horizon. But I just, that was my thing about that. Like, why put unattractive characters in video games. You seem to be really trying to sell us gender-based stuff so you could sell us sex or whatever, especially in a sex-based game like BG3. I don't care what you say about BG3. I think the primarily provocative thing about BG3 was the sex. Other than that, like, it was basically like playing DOS 2. It was no different from playing DOS 2. There was nothing in it that was better except the graphics. That was it. So, like, you know... And so, yeah, so like they were selling sex with BG3. I know they were, but it was very difficult for me to get a boner watching that game because the women were potato face. They were potato face. I'm like, I can't find like, I am sorry, but like this, now I will say something sexist now, right? I'm going to say something sexist and horrible, but I mean, and it's about gender politics and it's shitty and it's the age of Barbie. So I think this stuff is kind of pertinent, right? So I have difficulty finding women, like if you were to rate women on a 1 to 10 scale, I have difficulty finding myself getting attracted to women under 8. Like I'm talking above average women. And it's difficult, like the women, like say the girl next door can be beautiful, and I do tend to fall in love with them. I have a weakness for them, you know. In the end, I tend to fall in love with the girl next door. But I look for 8s, even though I'm a 5, because like I know that I will not. I can get it up with any girl. No problem. I've had sex with fat women. It doesn't matter. Like there's no issue. I've had sex with a woman with one leg. I've had sex with 2 women with one leg actually, and like, not that I go looking for one-legged women, it just happened. And like the bottom line is, it's like, if it's a woman, I can get it up. It doesn't matter. But I have my preferences when it comes to kissing someone romantically. They have to make me feel those funny feelings in my stomach. And I don't think that's sexist. It's sexist to say I don't want to sleep with 5 through 7s because they don't give me that funny feeling in my stomach, but they don't, and I'll tell you why they don't. I was, and it's the same sort of fucking stupid programming that affected the women too. I was raised on Disney movies. My parents were not afraid of letting me watch Little Mermaid or the Beauty and the Beast or Snow White or any of those princess movies. They like I didn't ask for them. They just put them on. They were like, all right, well here's everything Disney, and they put on like 3. They could tell how nuts I was about Disney. So they put on Bambi, they put on all the princess movies. They didn't care. They put on all the Disney movies because they knew that I would shut the fuck up for 2.5 hours no matter what it was, right? And during, like, right after dinner, they were both exhausted because they worked all day. They would get a big old pot of stew, and they would cut out 3 cuts of stew. And then we would sit down and we would watch Star Trek The Next Generation from 5 till 6. And then we would watch a Disney movie from 6 till 8. And it was like that for 5 years. Something like that. From the age of like 6 until I was like 11 or something like that. And then I got too old for it. And I was like, nah, fuck Disney. And they were like, oh, that's tragic. You know, you really love Disney. But I was like, yeah, I do. But and I was a Disney kid. But I also was like, yeah, it's a purview for kids. I'm 13. I'm having sexual thoughts about lesbians having sex with each other. I really don't think Disney is my vibe anymore, you know? And so... but I was raised on the Disney princess movies. Now, I only saw any of those Disney movies once in the theater, right? They took me to the theater. Maybe saw it again when it hit VCR, and we would buy it, you know? So I did see a bunch of princess movies when I was a kid, but only once or twice. And I watched all the boy ones like 50 times, like Sword in the Stone, Cauldron, Black Cauldron, Fun and Fancy Free. Sword and Stone, Robin Hood was the big one. Robin Hood, and I've always thought that my criminal career was because I watched Robin Hood 50 times, you know, and I really respected Robin Hood and everything about that depiction of Robin Hood and Disney. I really loved that depiction of Robin Hood in that Disney film. I have a weakness for it still, you know. Fucking Debonair, he had the whole... Tips Fedora fucking thing going on. He had the debonair charm of Errol Flynn, and he was. I just love that. I love that movie Robin Hood with all my heart and soul. It might still be my most favorite movie of all time, but there's a lot there. There's a lot to debate. So, But I was raised on all this, so I was raised to believe that. And this sucks because women talk about this. They're like, I was raised to believe that I was Ariel and that birds would do my hair, and that I was gonna be beautiful, and all the men in the town would be in love with me, and all the women would be jealous of me, and all this stuff. And when life doesn't necessarily work out that way because you're just a 7 and not a 10 or whatever, you have to maybe work a little bit more. You have to, like, maybe the birds don't do your hair, etc., and all this other crap that Disney kind of made fun of with like women being so beautiful that the world will do anything for them. And so, but there was the opposite of this, which was the Ken doll, the Prince Charming, the prince that saves Ariel in Little Mermaid, Prince whatever, I can't think of his fucking name, Aladdin. There's always the prince, right? So I was like, oh, I want to grow up to be a prince so I can marry what's the most ideal princess? It would be Elsa, right? So I can grow up and marry Elsa, the ice princess. I'm the guy who finally tames Elsa, right? And so because in the end, like the frost can't hurt me, I've been done hurt by the cold, so I'm the guy who tames Elsa. I've been hurt by the cold so much all my life, like Sven, like Sven. I think there was a really beautiful thing about Sven, not Sven the reindeer, was it Sven the other guy? But it was an ice story, the coal was part of that whole story. I loved Frozen to death. I loved it. I've watched it like 10 times or something like that. Not that I want to watch it, but because I thought it was actually truly good. And so, and she was frozen and hurt by the cold, and her parents had died, and she turned her back on the people, and she didn't want to fuck with all the problems. And it's like, why does she have to deal with it and all this? She has a life too. And I related to Elsa. I related to it. I liked Elsa a lot. And Elsa would have been like the premier ideal Disney princess for me. Now, so I was raised to, this has hurt me before. I ended like a 1-4-month relationship with a woman who I could have married recently in the last 5 years. Because, and you know what I told her when I broke up with her? I was like, you're not my Disney princess. I told her this, and she was crying when I said it. I was like, I'm sorry. And I was crying too. I was like, I don't love you. You are not my Disney princess. I don't think about you when I wake up in the morning, and I don't get funny feelings in my stomach, and I'm with you because I need you, and I don't like dependency and all these other terrible problems. And I was like, I'm not sexually attracted to you. You're not my Disney princess. Like I was sexually attracted to her. I fucked the shit out of that girl, but I wasn't like, it wasn't like that the desire, like when you get home that there's a willing nubile woman waiting for you who really loves you, and you gotta fuck the shit out of her. It wasn't the good sex. It was the keep your partner happy sex, And I don't mind keep your partner happy sex, but I mean, she was not attractive enough for me. And in the end, I told her that too. I was like, look, I'm fugly. I'm way fuglier than you. I told her right to her face. I was like, I'm way fuglier than you. You clean up. You're beautiful. You're a wonderful, beautiful young woman or whatever. She had glasses and she was sort of waspy, but I was like, you clean up. You're a beautiful woman. Don't worry. I'm fugly. And it's not fair to me to say this to you, but I cannot change my heart, my mind, or my soul. And I told her, I was like, I am not sexually attracted to you in a normal, like male way that I've always had with all of my other partners. I had like sex for me with you while I like fucking, and I can fuck any girl. It doesn't matter. I don't think that like this will work. I don't think about you when I'm not at home. I'm not that attracted to you. It's not a chore for me to fuck you at all. But I mean, it is definitely something that I have to work myself up to, and I've never had that before. And I learned how bad it was to date a woman that I wasn't that attracted to. I learned how really, really fuck around bad signal that is to send and all this, right? It's like mixed signals. It's fucked up. It's like, oh, you want to date me, but you're not attracted to me. And it just spins the girl's head around really, really bad. And it's like, yeah, I am attracted to you. You're a girl. Trust me. I'll fuck the shit out of you every day, all day. I don't care. But the bottom line is, I don't, like, when I wake up in the morning and I'm daydreaming and I'm half asleep, half awake, and a girl comes drifting through my mind, and I get that funny feeling in my stomach, and I'm in love with somebody, it's not you. And I told her this, and then I was like, you're not my Disney princess. I am sorry. My Disney princess wants to kiss me, and I'm with her in the car right now, and I'm going to break up with you now. And no, I'm sorry. I told the girl that was going to kiss me. I told her this whole conversation, and I was like, I'm going to break up with my girlfriend now. And I told her, I was like, I'm going to tell her tomorrow that she is not my Disney princess. You are, and it was the right thing to say to her too. And she's still my best friend. It was the right thing to say. I told her, I was like, you're my best Disney princess. I really want to kiss you, but if I'm going to be Prince Charming for you, I'm going to call up my girlfriend and break up with her right now, right here in front of you. This is what real men do. And so, and I didn't do this to hurt her. I called her up, and I said, I told my friend Cloud, I was like, watch me break up with her, and you're not gonna like this, but you're gonna see me do it in a really manly way. Watch me, and I'm not gonna fuck around and mix signals with her or argue with her or try to make something that isn't gonna work or any of the stupid shit that other men do. I led by example, and I was like, watch this. You're never gonna see another man act with honor. I was like, watch this, and I called up on the fucking phone. I called up my current girlfriend, and I was like, I break up with you. And she was like, what? And I said it again. I told her, I told the current girl that was in the car with me, I was like, yeah, I'm only going to say 5 words to her. And she was like, what? And I was like, I'm only going to say 5 words to her. And I knew what it was too. I break up with you. Right. And so I call her up, and she said, and I said, hello. And she said, hello. And I said, I break up with you. And she was like, what? And I said, I break up with you. I don't want to explain it right now. I'll explain it to you tomorrow, but I break up with you. I am sorry. And I hung up the phone, click, and I turned it off. And the other girl was like, wow. And she straddled me. And we made out for like 2 fucking hours in my car outside my now at that point, ex-girlfriend's house. I was going in there, and we were going to hang out. And she was like, why are you going to hang out with somebody you don't like? To live because you have to live with her when you can afford a hotel. And I was like, I don't know why I'm going. I don't like this girl. I don't like being around her anymore. I'm not happy with her, like whatever. And she was like, why are you doing this to yourself? And I was like, well, I need her apartment. I need a place to stay. I can't pay for hotels all the time. And I don't mind fucking her. She is attractive, but I'm like, I'm not really in love with her though. And she was like, why are you doing that to yourself? And I was like, I don't know. I'm into you. I told her right then. And she was like, I know you are. It's stupid obvious. And I was like, I'm into you. And she was like, yeah, I know, but we're best friends. We shouldn't do this. And I was like, I really want you. And she was like, well, you're fucking dating. I'm not touching you if you're dating somebody. And I was like, okay. And I was like, well, watch this. I'm gonna call up my girlfriend now and say 5 words right in front of you. And she was like, no, you aren't. What? And I was like, yes, I am. And I called up on the phone. I said, I break up with you. And she was like, what? And I was like, I break up with you. Click. So she understood what I said. I said, I break up with you. Do you understand? And there was a pause. And she said, yes. And I was like, click. And I didn't even say goodbye. I just clicked because at that point, and the next girl just straddles me. It goes at it, right? They love this shit. They love being competed for. They love being shown that they're worth more than the other person. They love being like elevated. They don't like being put on a pedestal, but they like being elevated just by being put above, you know. But I don't know how you do it without putting them on a pedestal, but I did it that day somehow. It's like you just make a value statement. You show them that the value statement is real, and you just by actions you show them more than words. Right? And she just straddles me, and we make out for 2 hours, and then we go back to my place at my friend P's, and we get on the couch and we make out for 2 more hours. And it was the greatest day of my life. And I didn't have sex with her for another 1.5 years or something like that, because you don't push it. You don't rush the one that you think special. You don't rush it. I waited, and we weren't even living with each other. We weren't dating. We were. I didn't see her again for 3 weeks or something like that because we weren't living together. And we made out like a torrid love affair for like 2 days, and then I dropped her off somewhere, and I didn't see her again for like 3 weeks while I just worked, you know. And then we hung out again, and it was good, but I could tell that she wasn't really ready for a long-term relationship, and she still had a broken heart as she was on the rebound. And I was like, you know what? It's okay. I just want to be your friend. I don't care. I want to marry you. And she's like, stop talking in that way. I was like, motherfucker, I want to marry you. I don't care. I don't care if it's not the right time for you right now. I'll wait. And it was good. And then eventually we moved in with each other. So it was a good relationship, but understand, she was my Disney princess. The other girl wasn't. And you have to be honest about this. You cannot lie to them. You cannot pretend. You can't make a broken relationship keep working. You can't do any of that shit. Like, I don't know why I was good at relationships, but I am. I've always been really good. I've never had a bad relationship. I've had a girl cheat on me because she had problems with cheating, not because she didn't love me. She shaved her head bald afterwards. That's why she cheated on me, because she felt so guilty, and I'm not making that up. Like she did that. So like, so yeah, and that was just, you know, it was just another situation where it's like, if your heart wants something, you must give in to that. You cannot pretend that it doesn't want it, or that, you know, that you're not in love with someone or whatever. And aside, she respected that I was done pretending. She respected that I didn't cheat. She respected that I was like very, very straightforward and didn't fuck around with it, or get into an argument or fight with her or even entertain a conversation about it. The only thing that needed to happen that moment was I break up with you, right? Because it's true. With a minute when I say you understand, she says yes, right? Because what can she say? I break up with you. She's got to accept it. I mean, what they do? They can say why, but at that point you click the phone. I break up with you is only a one-way thing. Actually, believe it or not, it's a one-way thing. It sucks, but it is. I break up with you. You wait for a response, right? You don't, and they say what? I break up with you. I have to voluntarily be in this relationship. I don't want to voluntarily be in this relationship anymore. So I break up with you, and then you say you understand. And this is another thing about cheating too. Like, don't cheat. Like, don't ever cheat. You just call up on the phone. You say, I break up with you. Wife, girlfriend, husband, whatever. Boyfriend, doesn't matter, whatever it is. Call them up if you're feeling weak, like you're gonna go fuck somebody, and you're like, I feel like I'm gonna go sneak around on somebody. Don't sneak around on somebody. Call them up, even your wife. It doesn't matter. Trust me, in the end, it's gonna be better. Call them up and say, I break up with you. Click. And sure, it's a scumbag thing to do, but they're gonna respect you. They're gonna be like, you broke up with me before you slept with her. Yes, I could not handle the idea of cheating with you. It is obvious this relationship is over. I'm sorry, and women respect being straightforward, and I didn't fuck her around, and she hated me, but she didn't want to kill me. The difference is, most women, you fuck them around, they're gonna want to kill you. Not in reality, but just that's the emotion they have. They're gonna want to fucking kill you. They're like, wow, how dare you treat me like this? I fuck you and I love you and I cook for you and all this other shit. You break up with me on a whim or whatever, and they're fucking hurt. Everybody gets hurt by it. So but if you just call up and say I break up with you, and then you call in the morning. And you're like, I had sex with so-and-so last night. We are in love. We have a weakness for each other. I respect you too much to cheat on you. I am not sexually attracted to you anymore. It feels like cheating on her if I even think about you. And we are not in a relationship anymore. When I called you up last night and told you I break up with you, do you understand? Like, you know, first it's 5 simple words. You could click the phone after that. You could say I break up with you. Click. But I was nicer than that. I said, do you understand? Because if she's like if she didn't understand what I said, because I said it quickly, you have to really get them through their head, because it's kind of like being murdered or something. They're in shock. They've got to actually absorb the information. So you say, I break up with you, and then you go click, and you say, do you understand? And they're like, yes, and then you click. Right? And they're going to be, the next question out of their mouth is going to be why. You don't have to answer why. You know, I wouldn't honestly. It's going to hurt them. You click the phone, you go fuck the girl. I didn't fuck that girl that day because I was like, I want to marry this girl. I'm not going to fuck her today. I'm not going to do that. I waited for her to proposition me a year and a half later. I did not ever ask. I mean, I asked her for sex, but I didn't. But I let her come to me. I did not pressure her ever. You know, I would flirt with her, but I wouldn't pressure her ever. She had to come to my fat trough voluntarily, and she was a 140-pound perfect 10 hottie. She had to come to the fat trough willingly. You know what I'm saying? And she did. So, like, and so, like, gender politics like this, you must let them know. You cannot lie. You cannot sneak around and all this. And also, do not lie to them about whether you're attracted to them or not. That's fucked up. That's some lowdown. That's some dirty lowdown shit, you know? We got our nice 100 frames.
Struck it.
These arrows do not have good hitboxes. Oh. Ah!
Okay, better.
Oh. Ah. Fucking aimbots. You knew where I was gonna be before I did. Ah. God damn it. Fucking Rangers. God damn it. Oh, I'm gonna get fucked in this corner. I gotta get away from the wall. Oops.
Now!
Good shit. If I can do that, I can beat the game. Hells yeah. Because that's all the boss does. Ooh, look, the chest respawned, I think. Oh, no. I don't know what's going on with it, but yeah. I'm not in combat, am I? No. Whatever. So, yeah, and so that's my story about that. The only reason I bring this up is men have an issue just as bad as women. Women were raised to believe that they were the Disney princess off the Disney movies and that everyone was Barbie and everyone's special. And men were raised to believe that they were, you know, Lancelot, King Arthur, Robin Hood, Dances with Wolves, etc. And so I've never really truly, I've been programmed by Disney to never truly give up on the idea that I'm Prince Charming, even if I've had some rough time or I don't look like it at the moment or whatever. And I haven't given up on that idea. I still haven't. It's the same way that I don't think the Disney princesses probably don't give up on the idea of being the Disney princess, you know? And I'm not Prince Charming. I'm fat. I'm old. I'm ugly. You know, it's fine. But I also, like, you know, but I believe that one day it's working hard. I could be that. And so that's the difference. And I don't discount myself. I don't discount the ability to get rich. I don't discount the ability to be famous, even though I don't want to be. I really don't want to be. I'll do things to actively sabotage my career, like Blues Trap, to make sure that I don't. Every time I think that I'm going to get famous, I think that they're going to go back and look at my music videos and be like, look at this autistic clown. He can't be famous. He's terrible, right? And that's why I do stuff like that. I do offbeat, discordant, anti-melodic, you know, blues trap shit like that. Like straight out of the underground scene. Sounds like a bunch of broken screeching cats, you know. And it's bad, and it's got like slow, shitty trap, and it plays out like a heroin song. And it's not very good. I would say it's not very good. I'd say it's like probably some of the worst music ever made. And I did that on purpose because I don't want them making me famous. I actually really don't. You know, it's when they go to look for talent, they're gonna pull my music videos, and they're gonna be like, nah, this guy sucks. Don't offer him a contract, right? They're gonna see my music videos. They're gonna be like, nah, he sucks. Don't offer him a contract, right? And that's the thing. Like, you know, like a marketing firm. Yeah. And so, yeah, and I don't want fame, but but what I do believe is I could be attractive, I could be successful, I could be Prince Charming, I could marry my Disney princess. I've never given up on the idea. I would be with her. I will live and try and fight and get her. In the meantime, I'm going to go back to the dating pool and find another Disney princess who might take her place. You know what I'm saying? And that's shitty. That's shitty, but I mean, that's what I was raised, just like Disney, just like they were raised by Disney. I was raised by Disney to believe that is possible. And I've never given up on it. And that is how I slept with so many beautiful women. You know, if you believe that you can do it, that there's just nothing blocking you, they'll give you the consideration. They'll be like, you know, they'll think about it, because it's like, you know, if you're confident and you believe that you have self-worth and that there's no reason why you shouldn't like have nice things or anything, you do well with the opposite gender. And you can't, confidence is a stain that you can't wipe off. You just have it. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't stop being I had so many people in the first 2 years who thought that I was going to be the next Charlie or whatever, who were like trying to build the community for me without even my permission or anything like that. They were just gonna be my thing. They were gonna be my community and all this. And I was like, no, I have to agree to this. No, I have to agree to talking to you. No, I have to agree to being famous. No, I don't have to talk to you if I don't want to. No, I don't have to take your money. I don't need it. All this other stuff. I was like, you think that just because everyone else in the world wants that streamer money, do you think this is all about money? That all of us are like that? No, I don't care about your money. I don't care about your fame. I don't care about your success, and I don't care about your clout. Don't care about those things. I would like those things if it helped me reach my Disney princess, which it would, which is why I'm here every day. You know, the Disney princess is why I do everything. Everything that I do. I tell her all the time, like Lana Del Rey, it's you, it's you, it's you. Everything I do, I tell you all the time. Heaven is a place on earth with you. You know, I tell her all the time. I'm like, everything I do is because of you. And she's like, we're not even together. I haven't even seen you in 5.5 years. Why are you like that? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm obsessed, but it is like that. I'm sorry. It's just love. This is what it actually is. It's stupid. She doesn't have to be with me the rest of my life. I'll still love her. You know, it's just stupid like that. So you just believe in your stupid male testosterone dominated drug-addled brain that you can be with the Disney princess when your life wasn't like that, when you don't have the money, the success, the clout, or the fame, or anything really on the dating market that's worth a damn at all. You know, I don't have a business. I don't have a job. I own a home because I do have jobs and I have been employed all my life, but I wouldn't say I ever made a lot of money. And so the only good thing in my life is my career and my home. And that's about half of what women look for. So it's like I'm working with I'm disabled, I'm handicapped, I'm on disability with the government, which is also a huge turn off to women. When they truly understand that you only ever make $7,000 a year and you're salary capped, they're like, oh no, I'll never date you. No, even the ones that really like you, they'll never date you because it's like you make $7,000 a year, you can't even afford to pay for yourself. You know, so. I can't even afford to buy the things I need. I mean, I don't have any money. You know, I buy video games because I feel like the one way out of that problem is to have a successful stream. And to have a successful stream, you must have that stain of confidence that you can't wipe off. Lil Wayne, you know what I'm saying, had the confidence. And that's part of the place I learned stuff like that. So now, I look at it and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I'll end up with the Disney princess that I'm currently in love with. It might be some other Disney princess that I haven't met yet, but it's still a Disney princess, you know, it still is, you know, and that's all I have to say about this. Let's see what Ricker. Let's see what Riker. Let's see what Ricker has to say about. I can't believe Blizzard is doing it. Shout out to Ricker for the excellent content of my stream. I've liked and sub to your channel. Diablo 4, Path of FFXI, and Helldivers player.
Crazy week for video games.
Good choices.
The Baldur's Gate 3 studio head is pissed. We've got devs telling executives to eat crap. Dragons.
We've got what?
For video games. The Baldur's Gate 3 studio head is pissed. Devs telling executives to eat crap. Dragon's Dogma 2's release has been a disaster, in part due to corporate greed. And that's really the running theme of today's video. Corporate greed. Games getting absolutely ruined because of greedy executives.
Yeah, there were good games too. I know many people who I respect their gaming opinion, right, who would say that Dragon's Dogma was the greatest single player RPG ever made. I know many people who would say the same. Better than Skyrim, right? So you got to understand how colossal of a fuck up this is. If the number one game of all time cash grabbed us, the industry might be dead. It might need a complete restructuring. And we might not see any good games at all for a while. And so get used to old MMOs like this. I kind of knew it 8 years ago in 2015, that it might be like this. We might get through, it's always darkest right before the dawn. And I did a whole thing on my stream about the infinity symbol of video games, like for MMORPGs, the MMORPG infinity symbol, like that, right? Where, like, you know, you have birth and creation and success and golden age, down to dying, almost death, to dark ages, to death, then back uptick again, and live well again, down tick again, like, then, which is where we're at right here, and then room all the way to the top left again, and start the whole cycle all over again. So right now we're at the rebirth place where there's no adult meat to eat. We have to wait for the juvenile meat to grow again, because we have, like, essentially culled all the good games off the market. Essentially, there's nothing left really, so we're gonna have to wait for things to cook now, and I suspect that there's gonna be a rash of bad games for a really long time while they work this optimization thing out, and you know, suss it out industry wise. How do we fuck you out of money? How do we fuck you out of money and still get you to buy the game? Optimization. And that's what they're doing. They'll have to stop that, and I don't think they can. They've been doing it for 50 years. They've been doing it since the ColecoVision. Like, I don't think they can. They're addicted to their bullshit lies, and they're capitalist stooge, fucking, you know, triple anus, you know, Blizzard developer-esque, like, milk drinking, fucking milk stealing ways. They're not such good people, the software developers, I would say. It's a very cutthroat industry. A lot of the time they'll do anything to succeed. Just like fucking Hollywood, or, you know, anybody that's high end. So I wouldn't say all of them are bad. Most nerds are totally fine, but some of these executives are so greedy. They had this payday cash cow, and what they did is they promised their board that if they expanded and made their company huge like Blizzard, that the money would come trickling forever. You know, it would be like the steady waterfall of money forever, and everybody's kids could eat and all this stuff. That's what they told the board. But then they released Dragon's Dogma with 36 frames per second, and they bombed the worst game in history. And all of the copies are returned on Steam, and all the copies of the game that were bought physically are returned to GameStop, and all of the digital purchases are returned to PSN and Xbox. And Capcom goes, this is the second worst debacle since Starfield, and it was inside of a year too. And they're like, how do we do this? And the developers are like, well, we don't know how to make this game run at 120 frames per second like this one. We don't know how. We didn't make the game good in the first place, like Guerrilla did. Guerrilla made the game good. Made the game good in the first place. It didn't fuck around with bad engines to start with. All the rest of them started with bad engines, like Unreal Engine 4. It just kept forking and forking the same bad engine until they have Dragon's Dogma 2 off their crappy Resident Evil engine that they were using to make Resident Evil 4. Why would you use the Resident Evil 4 engine to make Dragon's Dogma 2? That engine sucks dick, but they're like, they just think that we're stupid enough to just buy the game, because we used to be like this, but with the advent of the internet, now we can talk to each other and be like, yeah, Blizzard's out to fuck us this year. Bethesda's out to fuck us this year. Arcane is out to fuck us this year. All the AAAs are out to fuck us this year. Who else fucked us this year? It was or within the last year, it was Starfield, it was Redfall, it was, what else was a cantankerous fucking disaster? Gollum, Bespoke, all these huge new studios, all these old studios, and Capcom's the big gem in the fucking backstabbing optimization scam, kill the triple anus scene now, where, like, you know, the triple anus are actively working to destroy us. Microsoft is actively working to make me scream all day. I think they're actively doing it. I think they think that I'm focusing on their product all the time, which can't possibly be bad for them, right? I think that's what they think. I think the reason why I scream about fucking Microsoft all day long is I think they build their shit bad on purpose, because we scream and we focus on it all day, and Microsoft is in our minds, and Microsoft's in our hearts, and it's poisoning our wells, and it's poisoning our hearts. But no matter what, though, we're thinking about Microsoft, and that will only make their fucking stock price go up, right? No matter what, though, in the end, we're still thinking about Microsoft all day, and that's why they fucking phone in the fucking very easy changes that I myself can personally do to Windows to make my own fucking life a lot better. You know, I myself can make the changes to Windows that I need. I can do them myself. I know what they are, but like, you know, and like I have the skill to do it, but I would need their infrastructure to do it. I would like to go into their company and force them to release that OS to the public, sue them for Microsoft for military, and shut them the fuck down. Now, I don't want to get caught on the Microsoft tip because I'm not angry today. They haven't fucked me today, so we're not going to stick on Microsoft. I'm just saying it's an example of what Arcane and Capcom and all these other people are doing. They're releasing shitty fucking products because they know it's free PR. When we obsess and we spin cycle in the media about it, how bad Starfield is for how many I really feel that a lot of people weren't going to buy Starfield naturally. I think only drama would have got them to buy it like that. I think Starfield was bad on purpose. I don't think they're stupid. I think they know it's the cancel culture, and they know that we don't, deep down, they know that if they've given us 30 good games in their studio's lifespan, we're unlikely to totally cancel them if they Starfield us. They all know this. This is what Arcane's doing. This is what Capcom's doing. It's the age of grift. And you want to know why they do this? They all gather in their little skull and bones and their fucking cigar bars, and they all smoke cigars and they sip their fucking Lagavulin, and they talk about how to fuck us. And this is what they came up with. Why don't we just make bad games for all of us, make bad games for 5 years, and then when we finally make good games again, they'll really pay. They'll pay. They'll be like, take my money, $200 for a single player game, right? They'll really pay for anything that's actually good. It's what drug dealers do. They're junk dealers. They take away the drugs for a little while so you're fiending so bad. They bring them back, and this is exactly what they're doing. They know that they've got the big drug of the masses, video games. So they're pulling it back now and acting like a drug dealer and trying to get us salivating for their product and stuff, and really angry at them when it sucks and it's filled with garbage and it's cut with garbage and monetary interactions and all this stupid ass shit, you know? And so you're like, what's with the cut, motherfucker? You've been giving us pure shit for 20 years, and you think we're going to just suddenly be okay with you giving us a bad sack? The fact that you were consistent for 20 years would dictate that we don't cut a break on. We don't cut you a break on it. Right? Because, you know, you have given us perfect products for 20 years. Why would we cut you a break on this? You have given us 20 to 40 years of wonderful Capcom games across the arcade, across the consoles, across the PC. Why would we cut a break for you on this when you were solid, like perfect 10 for 40 years? If you suddenly go from solid perfect 10 to perfect 0 like Capcom did with Dragon's Dogma 2, we're going to have a serious moral issue with you. You guys aren't thinking this out because you can't see it from our point of view. I'm trying to provide it for you. If you are perfect like Capcom for 40 years, we're not going to be accepting of you when you fuck up. You shouldn't have been that perfect then. You were the guys who made Dragon's Dogma 1 and, you know, Devil May Cry, some of the best games on the PlayStation. All the old classic greats like Capcom, right? You made Street Fighter. We love Street Fighter. We love you for making Street Fighter. You can, as I said on the videos yesterday, I'm going to chalk this up as a fuck up, and I'm going to believe that you're good people inside because you've made 30 like top 10 games that I love just as much as Sex and Pizza. You know what I'm saying? And so we're going to forgive you for this one, but you better not do it again, and we're going to hate you for it still. We hate you no matter what about this. We hate you for this. You can't burn us on optimization. That's the one place you can't do that. You can make the game bad. You can make the bosses bad. Like, you know, Atomic Heart had bad bosses. I still loved Atomic Heart because the game itself was good. It played 120. The music was fucking spectacular. The content and the graphics were fucking spectacular. And it was an entertaining game, and it was really fun. It had an open world. It was a great game. You got shat all over Atomic Heart because it wasn't like BioShock or whatever you wanted, you know? And I really didn't like that. You cancel the good game and you promoted you promote bad games. And I'm sorry, it's just sort of weird. Plus the scene has no idea what's good. The scene has bad taste now. They think Pokemon's good, which is how we got Power World. You know what I'm saying? Which, mind you, is down at 5,000 now. Power World's dead. Power World's deader than a doornail. And you guys said, oh, next great big fucking thing. Just a reminder, your hype is not fucking helpful. I'm glad I didn't buy fucking Power World. And on top of it, why were you buying Power World for $60 on Steam? I know why. It's because we're playing the game so much now that the amount of hours you have is a qualifier for you as a character. So we buy it on Steam rather than playing it for a $10 subscription on Xbox Game Pass. Same exact game, no difference. No difference at all. None at all. Steam, Xbox, same exact game. No difference. No DRM difference. Nothing. Same game. I mean, one has a different script. That's it, though. One has a different cheat hook. That's it. So one has a different store. That's it. So, you know, why you guys bought that many copies of Power World is beyond me. You shouldn't have elevated that company like that. They went straight to Games Pass because we all knew the game was bad. Here we are at 5,000, and sure enough, I'm confirmed. And I did the same thing with Enshrouded because their core idea that they promised us was really good. But when I got to the fog, it sucked dick. You know, the fog was really good and really scary and kind of awesome when I played the game in closed beta. When I saw what they did in the 3 months interim between the closed beta and the release and what they had done to the fog, I was like, oh no, I have misled my people into believing that Enshrouded is good. Enshrouded is not good. Enshrouded was a lie. And like, you know, it was a good game. I'm sorry, it was a really good game, but it's a crappy single player game. They led us to believe that it was going to be a whole bunch of us in the fog together, trying to beat the fog back as the human race together. You guys keep trying to make small parties because the tech limits you of like, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 people, maybe 80 people, 100 people, Fortnite kind of thing. But in my estimation, your strengths as video game people in the live service scene is making us feel like we're uniting with humanity to beat the bugs and the fucking ghouls and goblins back. So you need to embrace that. You keep embracing single player things or 16 player things like fucking Enshrouded did. But no, you actually have to get us together, working together towards a common goal. And you fail at this horribly all the time. All the time. So here we are, and I can't believe you guys are doing this. It's like it's the era of Redfield. No, no. I mean this too. Now it's children's blood money. Oops.
hope in one of the unlikeliest of places. We might be seeing the first signs of Blizzard starting to heal.
Get it? Oh my God! Blizzard's getting a clue. Blizzard's gonna get a clue, guys. Hopefully they fix Overwatch. They could fix Overwatch. It was so good at the start. It was so good at the start. Something about the way the damage was. I wish they would bring Kaplan back. The way the damage was, it was so good at the start. It was so addictive. It was like you 6 people down a hallway with a tank and 2 healers and 2 DPS. It was the perfect Final Fantasy party. It was 2 tanks, 2 healers, 2 DPS. It was the perfect Final Fantasy party. It was so good. It was straight out of the Final Fantasy 11. Just straight out of it. I can't believe how much people rip off 11 in the big scene. It's insane. And you would go up against the other 2 tanks, 2 healers, and DPS in a fucking tense down the hallway sniping, shields and heals and wonderful, wonderful Holy Trinity gameplay. Now it's, oh, I got shot by Hanzo while I'm running in against a 1v1 with a thirsty asshole who doesn't know how to stop pressing W and shooting me in the face with his one-shot kit for his one tricks, right? And it was such garbage when the game devolved from this wonderful, wonderful RPG PvP based game where the Holy Trinity was the entire fucking point. And if you killed the healers, you actually might get that point, but if you didn't, you wouldn't. But now it's like, I have about 5 seconds to live until the Sombra uncloaks and wastes me, you know, and all this terrible shit, you know.
Rick is gone. We'll talk about all that and more.
And the tank's not even tanking for us anymore. He's over there like with the Mercy trying to kill the Pharah because the DPS don't know how to shoot at the Pharah in the sky.
Or in today's video, it's a big one. It's been
and that stuff is totally gone. Now it's like, oh, bro, I got 26 kills and 1 death, and you suck at this. That's all that game is now. It's garbage. There's no structure, nothing. Kaplan left because of it, and he should have.
Big news week. But before we move on, just a quick word for this video. Sponsor.
I came for the Holy Trinity. I stayed because it was really good for about 2.5 years, and then that disappeared. In its place was like this bad Fortnite about getting one shot and bullet shield and all this other stupid ass shit. And I'd rather play Fortnite than Overwatch now because it's like a little bit more balanced and not as unfair. Because in Overwatch, it's just you're like banging on some tank that won't die, which is bullet sponge, or you're getting one shot as a healer, like one shot. You know, it's all bullet sponge and one shot. And I don't think Blizzard will get over that, and I don't think they can fix the game until they do.
You ever wonder how you get...
Overwatch, when it first hit, was not bullet sponge, and it was not one shot. If all 6 of your team hit the enemy tank's shield, it would pop inside of 4 seconds or something like that, and then everybody had to scatter, and you have a good push. You can go push, right? It was good. It was tactical. The Reinhardt mattered. The tanks mattered. The heals mattered. The DPS mattered. If you were down a guy, you had to actually wait. It was really team-based. It was super good, and then it just became this clusterfuck about, the Lucio just killed all 5 of us somehow by shooting us in the head while we were like stunned in an EMP or something like that. It became the slaughter instead of this thing about like tactics or strategy or peeking corners or any of that stuff, or going up in the corner and shooting a sniper or any of that stuff. It was really good for a while. And then suddenly the strategy was just push down the hallway, get on the point, fight the guy point blank at the point. Why can't I get heals? Why can't I get heals? Why are you dead? Oh, right. Yeah, the Hanzo kills everything that he hits, and most of them actually land their shots. So the healers often only have about 90 seconds to live. It's such a toxic game now. Fuck that game. I'm never playing it again, maybe.
Spam calls.
And then all these other games like Exo Primal came coming in, like Apex, Exo Primal, all these other fucking games coming in trying to bite on them, Valorant and all that stuff. And yeah, none of you were really good like Overwatch, which was TF2, by the way.
Texts and emails. It's because thousands of companies are collecting, aggregating, and trading your personal data. And it's all legal. However, you have the right to demand that a data broker deletes whatever personal information they may have about you. Now, realistically, for you to track down and contact all the companies to make that request, it's just not reasonable unless you got a ton of free time. And that's where Incogni comes in. It's a service that does all of that for you. It reaches out to the data brokers on your behalf request that your data be removed, and deals with any pushback they may give. And you'd be surprised at how much of your personal information may be out there. Not just your full name, email, and phone number, but also things like your employment history, your home address, your relatives, maybe even your social security number. So here's my Incogni dashboard. You can see I've got 15 requests in progress and 40 have been completed. I've been using Incogni for about a year now after I'd started getting a lot of spam texts. I'm not sure what started it. I don't know if it's because I signed up for some store's loyalty card or because of a big data breach. I know LinkedIn has repeatedly had data of hundreds of millions of its users scraped and sold on the dark web. For anyone who does a lot of online shopping, that's a ton of opportunity for your info to get out there and spread around. But I know that after using Incogni, now that I think back on how frustrating the situation was over a year ago, it is now unusual for me to get a spam message. So take back your data, stop the spam, go to incogni.com/Riker and use code Riker to get an exclusive offer of 60% off. That's incogni.com/RHYKKER and use code Riker or click the link below to take your personal data off the market. So kicking things off with some Baldur's Gate 3 news. Hasbro, the owners of Wizards of the Coast, who are the owners of Dungeons & Dragons, has recently expressed that Baldur's Gate 3 proved that there's a market demand for great D&D games. I mean, yeah, it made them many, many millions of dollars.
Yeah, it did.
But I think I chalk that more up to Larian making an absolutely phenomenal game, more so than just interest in
DOS
D&D.
was good. DOS was
this
always
as
good.
someone who-
DOS was a groundbreaking RPG that finally made CRPGs good. I wouldn't say CRPGs were good, except for Dungeon Siege until then. Dungeon Siege was the only CRPG I respect at all. And so, because it had a spinnable camera. And then it took another 10 years to get DOS 2. And it took another 5 years to get Baldur's Gate 3. And if you really think about it, all they're really selling is a spinnable camera and graphics. All they're in sex and of course a lot of really good, scenes and stuff and voice acting. But really, it's all they're really selling is the same old CRPG, but at least it has a spinnable camera, which totally makes the gameplay much more strategic and much more like a real game. And until they get those cameras, another problem with the biggest problem with the triple anus is the camera. P.S. Every single game on the market needs to fix its camera.
Is my greatest hobby. People think it's Diablo. It's Dungeons and Dragons. So Hasbro is building
it's
up
not
their own
Diablo.
internal AAA dev studios to make more games. And they have one, quote, really, really cool D&D game already in the works. Now, as a reminder, Larian, an external studio, was given the license by Hasbro to make Baldur's Gate 3, which is under the umbrella of Dungeons and Dragons. And that's made Hasbro $90 million. So naturally, Hasbro laid off most of the Wizards of the Coast staff that had worked with Larian to make the game happen. And in what is, I'm sure, completely unrelated news, at GDC 2024 this week, Larian studio head Sven Vink said, quote, "Greed has been effing this whole thing up for so long, since I started. I've been fighting publishers my entire life, and I keep on seeing the same mistakes
Your skill
over
has increased.
and over and over. It's always the quarterly profits. The only thing that matters are the numbers. And then you fire everybody, and then the next year you say, crap, I'm out of developers. And then you start hiring people again. And then you do acquisitions, and then you put them in the same loop again, and it's just broken. You don't have to. You can make reserves. Just slow down a bit. Slow down on the greed. Be resilient. Take care of the people. Don't lose the institutional knowledge that's been built up in the people you lose every single time. So you have to go through the same cycle over and over and over. It really pisses me off. I just love Vink. Every time we hear this guy talk, I think this is the most candid we've seen him just absolute lay in to what a lot of gamers have been complaining about for a long time. This is how we want to hear a studio head talk. It was just 2 months ago that we spoke about him standing up to Ubisoft greed. Check out that video in case you haven't seen it. Now, after Vink made these comments at GDC, we also learned conclusively that Larian will not be making any DLC or expansions for Baldur's Gate 3, nor will they make Baldur's Gate 4. Vink confirmed that his studio plans to move away from Dungeons & Dragons entirely and do something new, leaving the D&D IP with Wizards of the Coast. Now, saying these things in this order sequentially certainly paints a picture that Hasbro must have pissed Vink off so bad that he has cut all ties with them. But when speaking with IGN later, Vink clarified some points. And he also dropped the fact that they actually had begun work on Baldur's Gate 3 DLC. Speaking of IGN, Vink brought up the difficulties in working with the D&D 5th edition framework as a basis for a video game. There's just
Excuse me.
a lot more you can do with combat if you're not constrained to a tabletop game's rules. But because of the success of Baldur's Gate 3, they kind of felt like they had to do DLC, and they even started thinking of Baldur's Gate 4. However, quote, "You can see the team was doing it because everyone felt like we had to do it, but it wasn't really coming from the heart, and we're very much a studio from the heart." After Vink took some vacation time for Christmas, he came back to the studio with his mind made up. He told the team they're not going to do it. Instead, they're going to go back to working on things they talked about before they started work on Baldur's Gate 3. There's 2 games that they wanted to make. And to Vink's surprise, his team was elated by this news. Everyone was on the same page. Quote, "We didn't have any antagonism against Baldur's Gate 4 or DLC, but the heart wasn't there. It was more routine work than actually being excited. Now we have the excitement back in the room, and that's a big, important thing." Vink says that the next game won't be Divinity Original Sin 3, and that it will be, quote, "different than what you think it is, but that it'll still be familiar." We know from previous interviews that the second game, the one coming after this one, is an RPG that will dwarf the scope of Baldur's Gate 3, which is crazy because that game is already massive. So, as much as people want there to be drama between Hasbro and Larian, who knows? Could be that Vink doesn't want to so obviously throw shade at Hasbro, but it could also be, Larian's heart maybe was no longer in it to do the DLC and Baldur's Gate 4 because of the relationship with Hasbro, because the people that they were working on, the people they had a relationship at Wizards of the Coast with, all got laid off. Who knows what other pressure Hasbro might have put on them when talking about a DLC or a Baldur's Gate 4. Vink was certainly speaking very passionately at GDC, and things were lining up just a little too coincidentally, maybe. But in the meantime, Larian has confirmed they will keep working on content for Baldur's Gate 3, just...
Scroll. A grease-stained scroll filled with hastily scrawled glyphs. These sunlickers and their scorched-out diplomacy. Let's not fuss around the forge. It's a pretty word the Karja used for not stepping on Tanakh toes, which they shouldn't. They have every reason to be afraid of those brutes. I'm sorry. I am hearing the background sounds of the station too much. No, I turned down the ship ambience. You lost it yesterday, I think is what it is. But I'm not Karja. I didn't try. But I'm not Karja. I didn't try and invade the West over and over again just because I felt like it. I have no use for these embassies. Another polite term for waving the white flag and saying, "Please don't kill us." Now I'm stuck on this side of the wall too because the Karja couldn't keep it in their sheath. Yeah, sure, things are different now. Sun King of Odd believes in peaceful dialogue. Whoop-de-doo for you, but simple delvers, traders, and tickerers like me are sitting on our hands until the priests and marshals finish their little tea party or whatever it is they do out there. Not to mention our brothers and sisters on the other side of the wall. How are they supposed to get help and supplies when the gate is shut tight? I got a pimple on my head, it hurts. How much longer do we have to cool our heels? I heard they're waiting on some Sun Priests to arrive, but weren't those nitwits the root of the problem to begin with? They riled up the Mad Sun King to start the Western invasion in the first place. Writing this was supposed to calm me down, but it's only blown up the bellows. The longer that gate stays closed, the more shards I lose. I've had it. I'm heading over to Barren Light. Someone's going to get a blast of hot air for all the good it will do. This game needs a zoom really bad. funny that it doesn't have one, though. I actually kind of like that. The FOV is too much at 25. I keep trying. Maybe I can get like a compromise here. Yeah, I have high depth of field. I don't think I want it. I think I'm going to turn it off. It actually takes graphics. 25 is too high. 15 is too low. How about 20? Maybe 20? Yeah. God, the game looks good. It still looks blurry to me for some reason, though. It's because of the texture quality. But I'd lose too many frames otherwise, so that's alright. Could kill those things, I suppose.
Looks like a Lancehorn, but with scarier antlers.
Might lose this.
Got it! Acid's all over it!
Oh, come on! You gotta fix the one-shots! You clueless piece of shit software thieves! You gotta fix it! Oh my god. You and your fucking failure. You're about to get your fucking assholes reamed by the public, you pieces of shit. They're gonna make this shit illegal. You can't do one-shots anymore. It's not okay. It's such a bad quarter stealer. Like, I view it as worse than like, Bullet Sponge and one-shots now, that's worse than Gacha. It's worse than Gacha. It is more negative than Gacha. I don't think it hurts people as bad as Gacha, but it's worse than Gacha. It hurts us more. Like, Bullet Sponge and one-shot is so soul-crushing. I think it's worse for the industry than Gacha. People enjoy Gacha. They don't enjoy Bullet Sponge one-shot and how it fucking plagues every single thing that we do. It's so fucking stupid.
not
99% is okay, 100 is not. Don't be like piece of shit loser, low IQ developers, kids. Don't ever put 100% kill in your games. Those are very rare. It's acceptable for falling off of skyscrapers or helicopters, explosions, maybe getting hit by cars or getting crushed by falling rocks. Not melee combat, no. Ever.
something big like a DLC.
Now, someone could stab you through the heart with a sword or chop your head off. But I mean, that's not what's happening in these games. It's like this thing kind of hit me and dead, I'm crushed, I'm dead. Yeah, I don't really understand that. It's like you are, even though it's extreme difficulty, you need to figure out some way to make extreme difficulty feel like it's challenging your skills and not just one-shotting you. You have been copping out one-shots for way too fucking long. And if I see the behavior past 2024, I won't buy your game. The first thing I'm going to start looking for in 2025, I'm going to give them a year. But if I see one-shots and their bullshit new games in 2025, I'll tell them, or I'll go right to the fucking streamers chat like I did yesterday, and I'll say, they say this game's got one-shots, and we shouldn't buy it. And I'll boycott your ass over one-shots. Fuck your stupid bullet sponge one-shot. Fuck your bullet sponge one-shot backfill. Fuck your bullshit.
They are still bringing cross-platform mod support, and the director of publishing hinted at more things lined up. Maybe some free extra story content. We could only hope. And Vink wasn't even the only one to call out corporate greed at GDC. The developer of Dwarf Fortress didn't hold anything back when talking about the execs that do these mass layoffs in the industry, saying they can all eat crap at GDC. Only hope. And
I know they can all eat shit. They can eat shit and die. I don't like what they're doing. What they're doing to the industry. It's they're shitting in their own dinner plate, and then dying because they ate shit, and then eating their own corpse and remastering it and telling us that it has it's the best. It's quadruple A.
Maybe some free story content. We could only hope. And Vink wasn't even the only one to call out corporate greed at GDC. The developer of Dwarf Fortress didn't hold anything back.
Dwarf Fortress developer talked about who is Dwarf Fortress Brothers? I can't remember. I think it was their brothers, aren't they? Yeah, they're brothers, aren't they? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's been has freeware in it, right? Taran Adams on Taran Adams, right? Taran Adams on corporate greed. Here it is.
All right, so I just wanted to take a moment to highlight something that I think is kind of interesting going on kind of around the edges of Dwarf Fortress. This is an article that was reported by PC Gamer and also picked up by a few other websites. This was written while Tarn was at GDC. He was at GDC yesterday, which was Monday of this week, as of the time of recording. And so I think he's left GDC at this point and is now heading home. He was only there for a brief period of time to meet up with Kit Fox people. right, so I just wanted to take a moment to highlight something that I think is kind of interesting going on about, or kind of around the edges of Dwarf Fortress. This is an article that was reported by PC Gamer and also picked up by a few other websites. This was written while Tarn was at GDC. He was at GDC yesterday, which was Monday of this week, as of the time of recording, and so I think he's left GDC at this point and is now heading home. He was only there for a brief period of time to meet up with Kit Fox people and just kind of spend the day and talk to people and do some interviews. But while him and Zach were at GDC, they got interviewed by PC Gamer, which has landed us with one of the greatest Tarn Adams quotes of all time. "No, I don't fucking think so," he concluded. "They can all eat shit, and they're horrible, and I think they're bad people." So what is Tarn talking about here? This is, first off, an article on PC Gamer, which I'll link in the description of this video. It was written by Joshua Woolens and contains contributions from Wes Fenlon, which I'm probably butchering the name of. But let's just read the article real quick, and then we'll talk about it. So you don't have to worry about Tarn Adams' millionaire status turning him corporate anytime soon. At GDC this year, Dwarf Fortress Maker came out swinging against brutal climate of layoffs. For those of you unaware, across tech, there's been all kinds of layoffs for various reasons, from excuses of stock prices not going up, company values not going up, profits not going up enough, even though we're having record profits in almost across the board in the games industry. Whether it's people blaming AI or whatever, at the end of the day, there's CEOs taking massive paychecks for, you know, people getting laid off and losing their jobs. I mean, at the bottom of this article, they cite Microsoft specifically laying off like 1,900 people. But let's continue skimming. 3 to 4 years from now, what are Dwarf Fortress sales looking like? Pondered Tarn Adams in a chat with PC Gamer. What kind of decisions do we have to make with burn rates and all that stuff? Considering the possibility of making those hard decisions someday down the line, Tarn wondered if the experience would give him more empathy for people that lay off. And Tarn's final thoughts are, "No, I don't fucking think so," he concluded. "They all eat shit, and I think they're horrible, and I think they're bad people." What's funny is there was a response on Reddit to this of somebody being surprised that Tarn swore, and I've got to say you should watch my streams sometime because like it slips out when he starts cursing, which sounded like a pretty definitive statement, but all in itself. But Tarn continued. "These decisions, they don't sound practical. They sound like they're driven by greedy people trying to make some kind of venture capital thing work out. And there is this stench of rot at the top of things, where reasons people get laid off is because of funding structures and bad incentives and stupidity," said Adams, damning execs for firing people that they shouldn't fire because their company will fall apart. But I guess maybe that helps someone's bottom line somewhere or gets the right air inside the right golden parachute. I think Tarn is just spitting absolute facts here, and it's something that I just felt that I needed to highlight because there isn't enough people in the games industry right now saying this. If you follow the games industry closely in any capacity, you've probably seen these announcements of layoffs. In fact, there's an entire website, which I'll link in the description, which is dedicated to layoffs in the games industry. It is absurd the amount of jobs that have been lost. Like Tarn says, somebody trying to fund their own golden parachute as their company collapses. I think it's just really sad to witness it happening at this level of scale. It's not going to cause another video game crash because, frankly, there's so many indies to fill in the cracks that people who play games are still spoiled for choice. And some of the best games of ever have come out in the last 2 years. I mean, we got Baldur's Gate last year. And I do honestly feel that we are in one of the golden video games.
No!
Especially when you just talk about the breadth.
Why is Aragon like 2 seconds? Isn't it like a 7-second spell? What the fuck? It was 2 seconds. It was like 1, 2, dead. Like, what was that? Oh my god. At least I didn't D-level. At least I didn't D-level. My god.
I'll link the article if you would like to read the whole thing down in the description. It kind of turns into a promotion for Adventure Mode, as well as also linking to the article about Microsoft cutting 1,900 jobs.
Whatever. I have a ton of stuff I need to sell anyways.
Thank you very much for watching this video. I just kind of wanted to
I'm up. I'm going to make money off this camp a lot. Hey, I'm really up, actually. I'm really up. Like significantly up now.
You know, this is a video that I really didn't want to make, and yet here I am recording it. I think that I should start off with a little bit of backstory. I've been streaming games on Twitch for over 10 years now. And
I have become a Tarn Adams fan, and I didn't know. So... Oh, Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna buy Dwarf Fortress the day Adventure Mode hits. Yep. April is coming in April, huh?
Anything now?
I don't know what my keybinds are. Oh, yes. Let's see.
It's about to get loud.
Ah! I can't remember how to switch weapons. It's so annoying. Ah! 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 Ah!
Relief.
Oh! Ah! Oh! Oh, damn it. Ah! Oh, God.
I can keep going.
Come on, man. No, no, the rock, you wedged me, you wedged me. Ah, the wall, you wedged me, you wedged me. Don't ever wedge me, stupid piece of shit developer. Come on. Oh my God, you cost me over those wedges. I had a great fight there till you entered it. Don't ever wedge me, piece of shit developer. I'm sick of the being abused by developers. Every day it gets worse. Stop fucking wedging me. Stop doing it. Cost me way too much fucking time there, and I lost that really wonderful, tense fight because you can't design well. Well, you can design well, but you can't design certain things for the last 50 years well. Certain things, like wedging. You really suck dick at wedging. Really bad. Don't touch walls. Don't get near them. Don't touch rocks. Don't get near them. Don't touch the terrain. Don't get near them. Straight up, because it's just straight up a cancerous trap of low IQ development. Stay away from walls. which is such a stupid thing to say, but yeah, here we are. I mean, I don't know why they're dumb. I don't know why they're dumb. You think they'd play their own games maybe and like figure it out, but yeah, these walls, you touch them and it's like fucking, it's like flypaper. It's like flypaper. You stick to them and you get stuck. It's so stupid. You ever get stuck? You ever get stuck by a wall? No. Like, if it's a carpeted wall, it's not easy to slide down it, but you get stuck on it? Stupid piece of shit developers. Get your walls in order. I'm sorry, you kind of are stupid. You do a lot of stupid things that you should have fixed like 50 years ago, whatever, 25 years ago. You know, and I'm sorry, but we're kind of sick of the same old dumb shit like the walls. Getting wedged on the walls is so fucking stupid. So stupid. Anyways. Ooh, adventure mode is coming. Hells yeah, I'm excited. That's when when the adventure mode hits, that's where I'm gonna enter Dwarf Fortress, because I don't like colony builders, but I do like roguelikes that are extremely deep. So,
when talking about the execs that do these mass layoffs in the industry, saying they can all eat crap and that they're horrible, bad people.
God
then in
damn
news
it!
This week we had a major upset. Dragon's Dogma.
I did not miss that shot. You know I didn't.
Now reviews went up a bit earlier.
The guy didn't go boom like
on OpenCritic, we saw a top critic average score of 89 out of 100, with 96% of critics recommending the game. Awesome, right? It sounded like the game was catering to both hardcore fans of Dragon's Dogma while also addressing all the biggest criticisms of the first game that may have turned people off from it. The only sign of any possible negativity was when a couple reviews mentioned some slight performance issues. And, well, you know, when reviewers are talking about slight performance issues in the AAA release, that basically means that there's going to be a lot of players that are going to have severe performance issues. Well, more sources started to chime in on performance issues, in particular on PC, but with big spikes happening on console as well. Developer Capcom then released a statement acknowledging the frame rate issues on PC, and that they were looking into fixes, but as the extent of the performance issues started to become clear that the game just wasn't well optimized at all, it started to bring into question why reviewers don't value this more in their scores. Imagine you have a game that is a perfect 10 out of 10 in every way. Story, art, gameplay, just everything, but the performance is terrible. Imagine you're only getting 5 FPS. Well, honest question to you, not rhetorical, what score, what final score would you give that game? I'm not saying Dragon's Dogma 2 has 5 FPS, don't get me wrong. It's definitely not as bad as that. But I'm using an extreme example to explore where do we draw the line. Then the game releases fully to the public, and the situation gets worse, much worse. On top of performance issues, players realize there's no easy way to actually start a second playthrough. You only have one save file, and if you want to make another character, you basically need to go into the file structure and delete your current save, meaning console players can't even do it at all. But no big deal, right? I mean, who even wants to start a second character or another playthrough in a role-playing game? But that's not the worst of it. The worst is when players saw the egregiously money-grubbing microtransactions that were tacked on into a single-player RPG with no multiplayer or co-op at all. You can spend between $1 and $5 on a whole host of things, including character editing, resurrections, even fast travel. There's dozens of MTX items, and a lot of these things are just petty. You can farm them in-game with relative ease, to the point that you wonder why they even let you spend real money on them. Now, not all of them are super easy to farm. Some of the reviewers who played the game in full, beginning to end, said that a couple of the items you can spend real money on are truly rare to find in-game. Now, we can have the discussion on whether this qualifies as pay to win or not all day. In the end, it doesn't matter. Best case scenario here, okay, you can get all this stuff in-game for free. Meaning what? There's no reason to buy these things? Okay, so if there's no reason to buy these things, why did you put them in the game as MTX? Did they really make MTX that they thought no one would buy? If there truly is no reason to buy these things, then that means they're basically preying on ignorant people who don't realize that there's no reason to buy these things. That's your best case scenario. Is that a good look? Yeah, we put in these MTX to exploit stupid people. You know, back in my day, devs also put things into single-player games that players can use to resurrect or fast travel or otherwise make the game easier or less grindy or less tedious. They were called cheat codes, and they were free. How overwhelming, Black Sheep Wall, because I bought your product, and I should be allowed to enjoy that product however I want.
Oh, however I want. However I want.
Anyone else's fun, like
it's gonna sound sick, but if I wanted to, no, and I don't want to say what I want to say. If I wanted to have sex with myself in a video game, I could. And I know that sounds sick, but if I wanted to do that in the video game that I bought from you with your engine and your character creator, I could do that, and I could have two characters in your creative mode have sex with each other and film a porn of me having sex with myself, right? Now, you're going to think that's fucking weird, and everybody's going to pass judgment. It's like, oh, that's probably not a right use of the character creator or any of this other stuff. I don't care. It's my game. I bought it. It's my property. I can do with it what I want. You guys put way, way, way too much rules, mainly DRM. I do not need to be online to play your video game. That delusion is based in, I would say, basically digital piracy, and it has no reality on life. It has no bearing. You can say and think and make it a law. It will never be true. I can do whatever the fuck I want, and with the games that I buy, including, if I were to ever like have the skill to download the file to hack 76, I would absolutely, and I'm sure Bethesda would probably, and I'll say this right on stream, I would willfully break felonious laws. I wouldn't do this, but I guess let's say in theory, if I had never had a record because they had fucked me over drugs, which is, you know, the worst piece of shit thing to ever do. Besides World War II was worse, but the second worst thing in history is the drug war, and so I've been hurt by the second worst, you know, history, worst war. And I mean, there's World War I, there's World War II, and then World War III is the war on drugs. I'm the victim of the war on drugs, so, you know, etc. So I can't go do normal things. So whatever, I'm just saying. So where am I? I lost my train of thought. What I was gonna say. I lost what I was gonna say. I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? I can't remember. If I bought the game, I am okay with breaking your little DRM rule, breaking your little cheating rule, breaking your little hacking rule. If I bought your game, it's my game. I can do what I want to it. I can have sex with it if I want to. It's my game. I can do whatever the fuck I want to it. And you can say what you want all the time, how bad drugs are or whatever. It still doesn't matter that everybody in the world does them. You can say all, it's the same exact thing. So you can say all the time that people don't steal your games or hack them or do what they want with them or make sex rape dungeons out of them or any of that stupid ass shit, right? Not that I do that, but it's just like, you know, straight up. But like, that's what people do with some of these weird hentai games, you know? I'm not saying me. I'm not like that. So, and it's like, you know, and it's their right to do so as consumers. It's their fucking property. You can say all you want that DRM is this thing in your head that's a law that we obey, but it's not. We don't give two shits about that, and I would willfully harm Bethesda by hacking Fallout 76 if I could to save it from having to be online. Your DRM thing was extremely unpopular in the scene, and you think it's about thievery. It's not about thievery. If I own something, I can do whatever the fuck I want with it, and that's God's law, essentially, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. That is sacrosanct. You can't beat that. If I own something, I can do whatever the fuck I want with it. You know what I'm saying? Including hack it, break it, turn it inside out, void its warranty, turn its seal inside out, whatever the fuck you're talking about. Fix the heat sink or whatever. I don't care. It's my property. I can do what I want. And your argument about breaking the warranty by fixing the fucking heat sink on the Xbox 360 is another reason that Microsoft should be sued, dissolved, and disbanded. But I don't want to live in that place. I promised myself. When I woke up today, I said, I promised myself I will not live in some place where I spend fucking 5 hours lecturing people about how bad Microsoft is. I swore to God I would not do it.
Player environment. I'm playing my solo game by myself.
Yeah, who the fuck cares?
Codes
Who the fuck do
for
you care?
free.
Because most of your
Nickel and
games aren't
diming
designed
play-
right. We don't cheat because we want to be like, I'm so powerful. We want to cheat to get around your fucking bullshit bullet sponge and one shots. You know how it is. It's bullet sponge and one shots all the time. We cheat to get around it. I know a lot of people. Excuse me. I know a lot of people who really are pro cheating in their single player games and making an experience in a Bethesda game that isn't poisoned by your initial rule set. Your rule set isn't bad. We love your game, but it's not my rule set. It's my game. I can set my rule set. If it's my RPG, I'll set my own rule set and I'll do what I want with it. These are my sandboxes, not yours. You make them. I buy them. It's my property. It's your property in the respect that you own the source content. It's my property to do with it what I want. Now, the only time this isn't true in existence is if it's another human being. Pretty much, you can do whatever you want to whatever you want to. And maybe it might not be legal if you're in a system of courts and laws and you're in a country with rules and stuff. But I mean, like, in reality, you can do whatever the fuck you want to. I know that seems like kind of a foreign thought to some of the young kids, I think, but because they just weren't raised in an environment that was like that anymore because of all the fascism and stuff. But in reality, anybody can do whatever they want. Which, I mean, and so this whole thing about DRM, it's like this fantasy that we stopped paying attention to 26 years ago. You keep fucking pushing it. It's so stupid. Nobody believes in your DRM. Nobody believes in not sharing. Nobody believes in not trying the product first before you buy it. Nobody believes in this stupid ass shit that you triple anus, cock-sucking, milk-stealing, milk-drinker assholes think. Almost nobody thinks what you think, you stupid corporate cocksuckers. Nobody thinks like you. Nobody believes like you. Nobody lives like you. Nobody has policies like you. Only you, corporate cocksuckers like you, want to fucking put rules on everything. Almost nobody does that. Everybody drinks and drives. It sucks, but it's true. Go and look how many DUIs are in the fucking country right now today. It's in some gobsmacking amount, 56,000 or something like that, right? Every day. And like, trust me, they'll drink drive, they'll rape people. They're monkeys. They'll rape people, they'll kill people, they'll drink and drive, they'll do everything under the sun. Rules don't actually exist. They're only there to try to get us to behave better. That's it. And so this whole thing about fucking nickel and diming us and trying to DRM everything and all this shit, I think you're going to kind of have a crude awakening in your industry when all of the triple anus is hunted by the media and the gamers themselves for being unscrupulous shithead cocksuckers who have these DRM ideals that don't work in the fucking real world and all this. Sooner or later, reality is going to have to smack you across your low IQ face. You keep telling us how smart you are, but you make these idiot decisions about like how you can keep games away from us or keep a game off a console or any of this other stupid ass shit. Motherfucker, who cares? Sell the game. I don't care what console it's on. I don't whatever, you know, like all these rules about fucking like, oh, you can't play this game offline, or oh, what if the grid goes down, none of the games work anymore. Well, there goes the video game industry. Did you ever think about how the DRM might actually be the death of the fucking video game industry? You keep telling us how smart you are, genius at work, but you make these stupid decisions a 5-year-old wouldn't make. I don't think you are intelligent. I don't think you would be at the top as an executive. I think you'd be making the games if you were intelligent. As an executive, you're a piece of shit. You don't have a clue how the world works. People share stuff. People share AIDS. I mean, people share stuff. For you to say that we can't, it's kind of Hitler. It's kind of Hitler. Your DRM and your copyright, I'm not sure I fucking agree. There is so much media. You can spend the rest of every second of the rest of your life just listening to the genre jazz, right? For you to DRM it and copyright it is so fucking sickening to me. It's just the behavior of the billionaire software fucking oligarch despot cocksuckers. You know what I'm saying? It really is. Fuck these guys and their shit-eating asses. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them. They're worthless. How they think the world works is so far from reality that I don't want these lower than IQ children fucking running our fucking world. I really don't. I don't. How they think the world works is so goddamn naive and it's so greedy and shitty that we got to get that boot off our necks. I can't breathe. You know what I'm saying? There's the race thing, I can't breathe, and then there's the fucking conglomerate I can't breathe thing, which is like, you've been stepping on our DRM necks for like 26 years. Motherfucker, I must say it again to your low, I'm serious too, I'm gonna say low IQ, shitty developer ass, because it is, you're low IQ, you wouldn't have made a mistake like this. What if the grid goes down for a couple of months, huh? What does that do to the video game industry if all of it is DRM? You know, we all got solar and TVs. You know, we're going to keep playing video games. You ever consider this? They say in the next 50 years, rolling brownouts are coming that are going to fucking make this country suck dick, because this country sucks dick now. We didn't solve any of our problems. We let the Congress sit there for 60 years and propose 2 solutions to 400 billion problems. And so now, you know, so anyways, so moving forward, like, you know, we didn't fix this country now, so it sucks. And like, one of the things that's coming is rolling brownouts because we didn't get infrastructure taken care of fast enough and paradise burned. So we have rolling brownouts coming because of all the problems, the poverty, the inflation, all the stupid shit, because the billionaires stole it all, right? We got bad problems coming. So think about it like this, you piece of shit developer. You've been pushing DRM for 26 fucking years and all that, and GOG's been fighting you forever. We don't like you doing that stupid shit. We don't like Steam. Despite whatever Gabe Newell fucking thinks, we don't like Steam because it's like, you know, it's only a tool to us. It's a tool to us to get the games we need. We love you, Steam, but we don't like you, Steam. And you want to know why? Because we can't use our games offline. No, I can't think of a gamer that would ever say they did like that idea. Nobody really truly likes Steam because you live on that DRM myth. I'm gonna hit you with a little thing you might not have fucking thought about. What if that grid goes down for a gobsmacking fucking amazing 10 weeks or something like that, and it's this COVID crisis again and the whole world's talking about it, but there's no internet, there's no power, right? So we're all talking to our families about it, and the cops are trying to restore, keep it all going, and people's houses are getting robbed, and there's no security, and there's all these problems, and the power goes, right? What if the power goes, right? Because you keep saying it's going to. What does that do to the video game industry if we can't play our games when the power goes out? Some of us have solar panels. We're the only ones left playing your product at that point. You're still going to need customers. You know what I'm saying? We're the only ones left. I don't know how you're going to sell us games, but I mean, like, there you go. You're like, whatever. I don't care. I don't need you to sell me your games. I already bought your games. They're sitting on my fucking hard drive. I need to be able to play the games if the inevitable brownouts that you say are coming are coming. You ever thought about how bad the DRM actually is? And I'm going to fucking cancel you piece of shit corporate Gabe Newell cocksuckers. Gabe's no better. Gabe's no better. They're all like this. We think you think one of them's different because they gave you Steam or something like that. No, they're all cut from the same corporate cloth. They're fucking terrible shitheads. You know what I'm saying? Just like Tarn just said. You think I'm alone in saying it? Terrible fucking shithead software, billionaire software, despot assholes. So now, like, we're in this situation where the grids are coming, the grid thing's coming, the brownouts are going to roll, you know, and we're going to go looking to play video games. And when we do, there won't be shit. There will be the old stolen copy of Skyrim that you have on your fucking thumb drive, you know? And when we come back up from that, which we will, we'll come back up from it, and when the day the internet goes live, we are gonna torch the goddamn fucking video game industry alive. You won't get another dollar from us when we understand how bad that DRM thing actually is. You ever thought about what the death and rebirth of the industry might actually be? Because you can see it's kind of showing death knells and stuff, right? Even though it's not showing death knells, it's super popular. It's not showing death knells, excuse me, but the quality of the industry is showing death knells. You want to know why that's so bad? Like, DRM's right at the core of it. You got to get that DRM the fuck out of here now, because when the grids go down and we can't play your games, I don't know what we're gonna do to you, but it's gonna be nasty. I can't even dream. I'm a good author. I can't dream up I don't have the imagination to dream up what we're going to do to you when that power and internet comes back on. But it's not money, and it's not your industry continuing on as it is right now. So that DRM, I warn you from the bottom of my fucking heart, get it the fuck out of here. If I prove it that I bought the game when I download it, but if I, so I don't understand the difference between identifying myself when I bought the game and identifying myself when I want to download the game, and like, and then, playing the game when I don't have the internet. I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand why I can't play your Fallout 76 offline. I don't really understand it. I think you're setting yourself up. You want the death of your company? My guess is you backing the DRM. I'm guessing on any company that backs back to the DRM is going to get canceled when the brownout rolls for 3, 4, 5 weeks, 10 weeks, something like that. It's going to hit all of California, all of the West Coast, all of New York, rolling brownouts and stuff, right? And all the gamers are driven crazy, and they're out like killing people or something because they don't have anything to do. They don't have anything to do. They don't have a lifestyle. They don't have anything to do. It's going to be really, really bad for us. And when we realize how bad you fucked us with that DRM, when we come up for air, when we get to the surface of the water after almost drowning in that rolling brownout, we are gonna torch you alive. And I don't have the imagination. I can imagine a lot, kind of like, well, how much money? Well, I don't know. I can imagine a lot, I can imagine a lot. So, I don't know what we're gonna do to you. I don't have the imagination, apparently, but it's gonna be something nasty. Not only are we gonna fucking never buy your product again, we might full-blown tort mass lawsuit you and take everything you every dollar you ever made. Would be my guess. I'm using my imagination here. After the rolling brownout, and the world sours on your DRM, and every gamer in the world is calling for your fucking blood in the fucking streets of the politics, on the podiums and all the mics of the world, they're like screaming for your fucking blood because you DRM fucked them during the rolling blackout or whatever, and nobody can play the games that they bought. And when they come up for air and we surface, we're gonna be like, you're canceled. You don't get to make any more games. Not only this, your executives are going to face jail times. You're fucked. We're so angry at you for this. We're not letting us play games during the rolling brownout. That we can't do anything to you, but we're never going to buy from you again or whatever. I don't know what it is. I don't know what we can do to stop you. But I mean, we'll do something. If you deny us our games when the power grid goes down, we will torch your industry alive. You won't have jobs afterwards. That I'm 110% certain of. The only thing I can promise you, I don't know what it'll be. I don't have the imagination, but if you don't fix that DRM issue now, today, Gabe Newell, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm sorry, yeah, Gabe Newell, yeah. Gabe Newell or whoever the Steam guy is, I forget. If you don't fix that DRM issue now and move towards the GOG approach, you are going to torch the industry. You won't have a job. You won't have a company. Steam won't last. You know what I'm saying? If you push that DRM bullshit that you're pushing right now, and yeah, piracy is a problem. You got to work it out. If they can work out Bitcoin, I don't know why you can't work out game releases. Do the same thing for game releases that they did for Bitcoin, and get a blockchain for the game download. Is that hard? Go get a blockchain for each goddamn fucking game download. Fucking track it and don't DRM anything. You're fucking stupid. You guys are so stupid. You're stupid at your business. You're stupid at your image. I could do Bethesda better than Bethesda. I'm fucking certain of it. You guys have been driving this industry into the fucking ground. I'm fucking sick of it.
Gameplay elements. We're basically one step away.
I'm like rabid, slavering at the mouth talking about it. I'm so sick of you destroying the one thing I had left. I'm fucking sick of it. Sick of it. Sick of it. I'm sick of your frame rates. I'm sick of your optimization, your gotcha, your bullshit, and you keep fucking us. If the rolling blackout hits and I can't play any of my games, woe betide Steam. You won't be Steam anymore. You understand? You need to be pulling your thumb out of your fucking brain ass, and you fucking dead, your fucking dead brain, and like get a clue about that DRM before you lose it all. We'll lawsuit you for all of it. What do you mean the entire world's gamers can't play their games? Everybody bought generators. We all have power, but we can't play games. And they're like, there's no news because there's no power, right? There's no news, so nobody knows what the news is. But when the power finally comes on after like 8 days or whatever, it's not going to be long. It's going to be like if it's even if it's 5 days, if the West Coast goes down for 5 days and they can't play their games during that, they are going to torch Steam alive and eat the triple anus for dinner. You can see it coming. I want to write a book about it, like a fucking fictional book about it. What would happen to the video game industry? You know, shit writes itself. What would happen to the video game industry with all this DRM if the rolling brownout did hit for 18 days? If we come back up after the 18 days, I could write a really good book about this. All the shit that happens during the 18 days, and then what happens to the video game industry. Like you can write an interesting book from the view of a gamer. What would happen to a gamer during the 18-day rolling blackout if he couldn't play any of his games because of DRM? Now the smart ones of us have downloaded non-DRM games and prepared for the fucking future, but I wonder if you have.
Towards the night.
Have you thought to do that? I have. I have like every game I ever liked on non-DRM because yeah, if the grid goes down, and I'm not saying it will, I'm just saying that if it goes down, what do? Do you just pray that Gabe Newell, your corporate god, shows up at your house and turns on the game again? What are you going to do? Are you going to like Gabe Newell after that? No, you're going to want to burn Steam alive. You're going to demand that all that DRM, your DRM right now, you would be like, I'm going to give you a corporate tip, Gabe Newell. I know you'll never hear this, so I'm going to fucking act like an asshole right to your fucking face. I know you're kind of clueless with your business practices, but I'm going to wake you up to this. The first real blackout in this nation is going to torch Steam alive. If you don't see that coming, you don't deserve Steam. I can do Steam better than Steam, and you better address it now today. And my suggestion is you approach it with a corporate sense of, forewarning and disclosure up front that this could be the worst disaster in gaming history, and it'll destroy your fucking industry, and it'll destroy EvE, and it'll destroy Steam and all that other stuff, right? And you need to be thinking about this. You aren't, but you need to. I'm not saying doomsday prep about something that might happen. I'm saying if there is a rolling blackout in this country or this world, and your customers realize how bad you have fucked them on your DRM, what does that do to your stock price, Gabe Newell? And I'll speak right to your face, right if I was sitting in the room with you. What does that do to your stock price? Are you thinking about these things? Because I am as a gamer. What happens if the grid goes down? And I know you think I'm just some doomsday prep asshole, and I'm not. I don't doomsday prep at all. I don't have enough food to get past tomorrow. I don't give a shit about doomsday prep. I'm talking about if the rolling brownouts that all the media says is coming happens, what will that do to Steam when all the gamers realize you have locked us out? And you better understand, you better fix that in fair disclosure and fix the DRM today and get a blockchain thing going for every single game purchase so you know I bought the game or whatever, so I can just play my game offline. It doesn't matter. Or some kind of genius. I need your Gabe Newell genius. Something. You keep saying you're genius, but you make these idiot decisions about DRM and all this shit and paint yourself in a corner. Okay, well now it's you say you're so smart, then genius time. Fix yourself out of that problem. What happens when the rolling blackout ends and we show up and we're like, hey, that was 8 days and no gaming because of you. And you're like, oh no, I took a 45% stock hit, right? How angry are you going to be? How angry are we going to be? We're going to want to torch you alive. So understand, you better see that coming. You have a business built on a straw. It's like a straw of hay. If the inevitable grid go down things happens like COVID just did, and you didn't plan for a rainy day, and you built your entire DRM empire on this idea that the power is always going to be on, I don't know about that, man. What if a war hits? You're fucking stupid. You want to lose your company? Keep going the way you're going.
Gaming dystopia envisioned by former EA
I'm dead serious about everything I say. I
John
don't say this I don't have any views. I'm not trying to chase clout. I'm saying this because it's true, motherfucker. It's true, and I hope you see it.
Hello in which you gotta pay $1 to reload your weapon.
Like yesterday, when I told them that Capcom had made a bad game, I had like 50 people fucking call me an asshole and shut the fuck up and go play Horizon then. If you think that the game's bad, it's got bad FPS. I wake up this morning, oh boy, I bet those people's faces are red. I'm not saying this shit because I'm loud and an asshole and I want clout or I need you to believe me. I'm saying it's because it's true.
Even worse when you consider the fact that the director of Dragon's Dogma 2 told IGN before the game's release, quote, "Travel is boring?" That's not true. It's only an issue because your game is boring. All you have to do is make travel fun. This is in the context of talking about fast travel. Players want fast travel because travel is boring. So,
look at all that
travel
bird blood.
isn't boring, but for $3, here's a fast travel token. So, suffice it to say, the Steam reviews have been mostly negative. And following the backlash over everything, Capcom issued an official statement on Steam saying that they're looking into adding a feature to the Steam version of the game that will allow players that are already playing to restart the game. Yeah, thanks. They're also looking into ways to improve performance in the future.
Yeah, right. They're not improving
And
that
they
shitty
basically
engine. They're not
pointed out
doing
that
it. They're
a lot of
not
the
going to be
items
able
that you can
to.
spend real money on, you could
They
also
forked their
get
engine too long.
in-game.
They needed to make a new one.
Yeah, we know.
You can't take
It
that
just
jalopy
came
into
off
the
as
future, guys.
kinda tone
Stop
deaf.
trying.
But I turn the question to you folks. What are your thoughts on
My thoughts. He asked for it, so I'm going to say my thoughts. I already put my thoughts on. I'm going to delete this one. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I just sorry. It's just, I mean, the shit writes itself, you know.
All this. Are these business practices acceptable? Is this no big deal? Am I making too much of this? Also, how much should performance be weighed into a game review? And if you've tried,
I wish I could turn it off. I can't.
What are your impressions?
I don't think it impresses anyone. I don't think anybody likes it. I can't turn it off. My ex doesn't like it. My friends don't like it. Nobody likes it. I can't turn it off. Sorry.
Okay, bad news it is. You know how the entire point of making Overwatch 2 was to have the PvE missions and campaign?
No.
Yeah. Well, Kotaku's been speaking to some former Overwatch 2 devs, and things are looking grim. We first learned about Overwatch 2 in 2019, and the PvE was arguably its main selling point. They were turning Overwatch 1 into Overwatch 2, and they said they needed to do this in order to release the PvP. But ever since Overwatch 2's launch in October 2022, we've only got one single set of PvE missions in August 2023, with no word on when more can be expected. Well, following the layoffs at Blizzard in January of this year, it seems the part of the Overwatch 2 team most hit by these layoffs was the PvE missions team. So, yeah. If the PvE missions aren't canceled altogether at this point, they certainly are not a priority. And just to clarify, although these layoffs happened after the Microsoft acquisition, my understanding is that they were planned while still under Activision and Bobby Kotick. That'll be relevant in a bit. So again, Kotaku spoke to some former Overwatch 2 devs who shed some light on what the heck happened. Now, apparently the original plan was to release Overwatch 2's PvE campaign in multiple content drops over several years, with 3 missions releasing every 18 months, which is insane to me. That's just way too little content with way too much time between them to maintain any kind of momentum. The project was apparently also stuck in development hell because of higher-ups wanting to ensure Blizzard quality and having people basically redo things over and over and unable to make any strong executive decisions on something, and this is causing a lot of frustration in the team. So apparently every single mission in the campaign was in some phase of development, from either fully playable or just still in concept. So a lot of work had been done. Now, it turned out to be a big challenge to convert Overwatch's PvP gameplay into something that worked well in PvE, because a lot of the hero, at least in part because a lot of the hero kits are designed for PvP play. So that's all understandable. There would be challenges in converting the format. But meanwhile, on a bigger scale, it was always understood within the team that PvP was still the core of the game. But everyone, including leadership within Overwatch, still cared about the PvE mode. Now, apparently, Activision needed to see the first set of story missions pull serious numbers in order to justify letting the team complete the campaign. And apparently, those missions did not do well at all. It's no surprise then that 6 months later, the PvE team is basically laid off. So, where does that leave us? Bobby Kotick had a final FU to Overwatch fans on his way out. Even if the team wanted to continue the PvE campaign at this point, the people who were working on it are all gone. They'd have to invest even more resources into getting new people, getting them brought up to speed, and basically having to redo a bunch of work on a project that was already very challenging to complete, and I just don't see this happening. At the end of the day, Overwatch 2 was just a way to more aggressively monetize Overwatch by removing loot boxes that you can earn for free and introduce a battle pass that sells new heroes. But that leads us on to the good news. It was announced this week that heroes will once again be free for everyone. Just like in the Overwatch 1 days, no longer locked behind the battle pass. This is going to start with Season 10, which will introduce a new hero, and the change is being retroactively implemented to previous heroes as well, meaning all the Overwatch 2 heroes that were previously behind those paywalls will now be freely available to all players. The Overwatch team giving the FU back to Bobby Kotick. All mythic skins will also be available. Premium coins will now be available in the free and paid battle passes, rather than attainable via the weekly challenges, not in addition to. So what this means is you can now earn more premium coins than you could before, but you're still not earning enough to buy the next battle pass. Baby steps, baby steps. But overall, it is a lot easier to earn these coins now. So I think this is a sign of Blizzard healing. Bobby Kotick is gone, and all of a sudden, some monetization changes are reverted. some more consumer-friendly practices are implemented into the game. Is it perfect? No. Is it a huge step in a better direction? Yes. And that actually leads us into some Diablo 4
This
news.
place has seen better
Recently,
days.
we got word from Blizzard that the product team will be looking to discount more items in the in-game shop in the coming weeks and months. And they also hinted at potential other shop changes. Now, cynically, you can argue that this is a sign that shop items are not selling well. Sure, that's one way to interpret it. But it could also be a sign that with Codec gone, there's less pressure on the monetization team, and they can start lowering prices.
How are they getting it past them?
Yeah, those skins are pretty damn
Guess I should
expensive.
leave it for now.
They can't just do a full 180 overnight. Microsoft bought this company with the expectation of certain sales projections that were given to them by Activision, etc. But I think the rest of 2024 will tell us a lot about what was Activision and what was Blizzard. But the biggest Diablo 4 news this week, of course, came from the Campfire chat, revealing the big itemization rework that the dev team has been cooking up. And it's been a huge win. Faith in Diablo 4 had been at an all-time low, and this
I hate
really
Diablo
exceeded
4.
a lot of people's expectations. Everything they revealed will make the game significantly better. More fun, more interesting. Diablo 4 is a game with flaws, and itemization was one of its biggest. And they are
I'll mark this
completely
spot in my
reworking
focus.
itemization into something
Come
that
back
is
later.
looking like a strong system, complete with a bunch of new crafting options. We're also getting new endgame, basically Greater Rifts, which has been another community complaint. They're improving Hell Tides by basically incorporating everything good about Season 2 Blood Tides into them. We're getting uber bosses as more pinnacle endgame content, nerfs to the overpowered barbarian stuff, minions getting buffed across the board. They reworked the Codex of Power and Aspects. You won't be extracting Aspects anymore and cluttering up your stash. All Aspects will go straight into the Codex of Power, and they won't be minimum values anymore. You get to forever keep the value that you extract. So once you find a max roll on an Aspect, you are done. You never have to farm that Aspect again. Huge quality life change. Stash space won't be a problem anymore. Also, they're letting us zoom out the camera more, something many players have been asking for since day one. Now, of course, we just learned about all this stuff in theory.
Wait,
We'll
what?
have
So what have they done?
you find a max roll on an Aspect, you are done. You never have to farm that Aspect again.
Okay.
Huge quality life change.
I don't care about
Stash
that.
space won't be a problem anymore. Also, they're letting
I don't believe them. I do not believe them. I don't believe them anymore. I don't believe them. I don't believe them. Inventory is right at the core, right along with bullet sponge, one shots, and small inventories are at the core of their theft. That's right where they live. That's their big time sink. I don't believe them. I straight up don't believe them. What I think is good storage is maybe 10, 20 times whatever they're going to change it to. And I don't know why that's necessary. We are playing computer games, so for a reason, a computer can count to a bajillion in under 1/10 of a millisecond. Why can't we use that for endless inventory, or at least like some? I mean, maybe the game doesn't call for that, but why not? Diablo does call for that. All that fucking loot. You need endless inventory. You're fucking stupid. You guys have been developing really badly for a long time now. You rested on your laurels. You sat back on your money. You thought you were just going to sell expansions for money forever or something like that, or sequels. Nah, man, you actually need to do your fucking job like everyone the fuck else in this world.
us zoom
Like I'm doing right now, you know? I'm doing my job right now. You are like sitting there waiting for another version of WoW to come out. I mean,
out the camera more.
I wouldn't call that work.
Something
I call it cannibalizing your corpse.
many players have been asking for since day
I
one.
don't call
Now, of
that
course, we
like
just
art
learned about all this.
or like, I mean, it's art if you make more art for the new game, but I mean, like, I wouldn't call that art really if you are making another fork of WoW instead of WoW 2 and giving us WoW. You want to know what? I'd be fine with Overwatch dying if you took the Overwatch engine and made WoW 2 out of it and gave us a nice first person, third person WoW that plays just as well first player as it does third player, and it's like really good, and it's, it's super good, and you don't have to change or add anything. You don't need to put any more content in the fucking game now. You need to make it fun to play. You need to rethink all those quests. You need action combat. I mean, you guys have not been evolving. Diablo fucking sucked. It was the same old Diablo fucking 2, Diablo 3, Diablo 4 shit. We're looking for evolution. You're looking for cash grab sequels, and we won't buy them. And Diablo 4 is the proof.
List stuff.
I still don't own Diablo 4. You could try to sell it to me for... I would buy Diablo 4 probably $2. And I'm sorry, and I'm not being hyperbolic or exaggerational. I really would have to be like $2.99 for me to be willing to buy it. And honestly, I would buy it and shelve it. And that is frankly sad.
In theory,
you and your isometric games in 2024. I know I'm not the only one in this community that thinks that. You and your isometric fucking game theft. League of Legends is such a fucking bad game, because Jesus Christ, for 20 years now, whatever it's been, fucking 15 years something, you've had a crappy isometric RPG. Let's be honest about what League of Legends actually is. It's a crappy isometric RPG. It's like a bad CRPG engine from 1993. I know no one else will say it. Is it fun? Yeah. Is it good? Yeah. Is it great? Yeah. I like playing it. It's even fun. I mean, it's a great game, but it's still, the engine is a crappy concept from 1993. I mean, Smite was technically better than League of Legends because it was at least a little bit 3D. I don't know, man. Like, you can't keep selling those 1993 engines in 2024 and expecting us to buy it. You can't sell us your Resident Evil 4 engine. You can't sell us your Resident Evil 4 engine. We're on number 9 or whatever the fuck it is. And you built Dragon's Dogma 2 off of the Resident Evil 4 engine. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Also, that combat did not change in any way or form. You probably thought, I don't understand how developers do this. They get it in their brains. Don't break what don't fix what isn't broken, right? But I mean, that combat is broken. It was boring in the first game. That combat's boring. It's better than some combat, but it's still boring. It's fucking boring. I was looking for a fucking improvement. I didn't see it.
We'll have to try it out for ourselves in practice when people...
I'm looking for evolution, and I didn't see it. I didn't think Baldur's Gate 3 was that evolved. It really was not. I had my fucking map open on my desktop for 3 months before I actually played that game co-op, and I knew what the map of Baldur's Gate was, and I was ready to see every citizen and see every fucking, I thought you were actually going to make a good game, but it really was like a linear piece. It wasn't linear at all, but I mean, it was like still a linear storyline that pretty much speeds you forward directly where you're going. And like, that to me is not Dungeons and Dragons at all. Sure, you can do it in whatever order, like Lightning Returns or Majora's Mask. You can do it whatever fucking order you want. But it's still not truly free, because there's no role. There's a lot of role playing in it, but it's not like this. It's not this world that you explore. It's this linear path that's always taking you towards some end goal. Dungeons and Dragons has never been like that. It's about having an adventure. You don't know what's going to happen or where it'll take you. In that game, sure, the first time I didn't know where it was going to take me, but it sure as hell was linear as fuck. My friend, he was trying to get to the end. He wanted the end. He wanted that last boss and the achievement. So did I. And he was just pushing and pushing. He got us through it in 9 days or something like that. And I thought there was no sense of exploration. There was, but it wasn't though. It was really linear. The camera sucked. I'm sorry, you love Baldur's Gate 3. I did not. I have not played it once since I beat it. I did not think that was that good of a game. I'm sort of ashamed I bought it a little bit. You guys have been hyping games. I don't think that game was that good. Everybody was like, BG3 is the best RPG ever made. Nah, I'm playing the best RPG ever made. I'm playing this right now. You're looking at it. This is the best RPG ever made. That is not the best RPG ever made. Its graphics pale in comparison to this. Its combat pales in comparison to this. Its story pales in comparison to this. Its setting and its theme and its vibe failed to compare to this. I think Baldur's Gate 3 fails to compare to this. I think it really does. It is not as fun to play. All this stuff. The camera had issues. The combat was slow and sloggy, and it damned you way too much for making a mistake. And it was just really really fucking, you know, just like, you know, for people who were learning like me, it was just like, I mean, I'm sorry, but you guys thought that was a super good game. I think I fell like 8.1, something like that. 8.1. I had a totally different experience. I was like, yeah, it was like an 8, you know. I'm sorry, and I know that's like contradicting to a lot of the RPG boomers that really super love that game, but I did not. I did not love that game. I honestly thought that DOS 2 was a more fun
There's the
experience.
snow.
So, whatever. It's stupid that she can't go wall bounce, wall bounce, wall bounce, wall bounce. It's stupid. She's such a lithe girl. I mean, right here, it would actually really apply. It would be like bounce, 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 up. But she can't seem to do it. It's annoying. Oh, oh. Yeah. There it is. Ah! No. Okay, I don't know why I did this, but I have a clear path now. And I don't know why I'm at the bottom. That's a signal tower. Block path. Missing 2. Oh, the signal tower. Right, the signal tower. I forgot what I was doing. Yeah. I'm sorry. I alt-tabbed here. Oh. I need... Oh, don't fall, though. Don't fall. I have to jump and press Q, because I have the button on the same key. And I have to make this jump, and I don't know how I'm not going to get blocked. I think I'm going to get blocked on that tip, so we'll try... Yeah, we'll try, that. Yeah! Yeah! Felt good. Felt really good. What else? Yep. Hey, look, I skipped it. I skipped the whole puzzle thing. Skipped the whole entire part of the puzzle. I just went around. I was like, nah, it's probably faster to just climb up, and it was. Ooh, this one's a little scary to me. No! Oh. Well, at least you didn't get hurt. That's good. Okay, up with you. Yep. Up with you. Nope. Over there. Yep. Go. Yep. Up. Yep, she'll get it sooner or later. Yep. Up. Oh, I don't want to do all the other stuff. Yeah, but I don't want to do all that other stuff. I just want to do this. Yep. There we go. Yeah, where was it? Yep. Okay. Now. Jump, sprint in the air so you can combine the key. And then you do the running jump. And then I fucked up here, and I don't really know why. She has to aim at it. I see. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Hey, I got it.
Device.
Cool. What the hell is it?
Reflects the sun.
This was so much better than fucking Enshrouded, you know? Enshrouded tried to be this, but it really wasn't. It was too ghetto, kind of.
TR launches, but this is really promising.
Yeah, I think it is.
I know we say this every season, but even a lot of the haters are now admitting that Season 4 is looking to be the
10K.
best season yet. We may finally reach a point.
I am sorry, but I don't want to
have
hear about Diablo. I really don't want to hear about
to
Diablo.
fix things
I'm sorry.
out of
I don't
nowhere.
care
Blizzard
about
dropped
Diablo.
a limited time 60-player
signal?
battle royale mode for World of Warcraft.
Wait, limited time 60-player BR?
Called Plunderstorm. It's available for any active WoW player, classic or retail, and you don't need the latest expansion either. You can play solo or duos. Matches last up to 10 to 15 minutes. You do have to create a new character for this. You can't bring in your existing characters. And there are cosmetics to earn. Now, opinions seem kind of split on Plunderstorm itself, which is to be expected. Battle Royale isn't for everyone. And
I
think
didn't
that's
know
okay.
this.
I think it's okay if not every part of every game is designed for every player, as long as every player has enough content in the game for them. But on the initial Plunderstorm announcement, the trailer was massively downvoted on YouTube. And I believe the reason why isn't so much because Blizzard brought a Battle Royale to World of Warcraft almost 10 years too late, but rather because they've been hyping up this pirate content drop for a while now. Back in December, when they laid out their roadmap, they placed a mysterious pirate flag next to this week's update without saying a peep more. This led to intense community speculation about what pirate content we may be getting, and no one was guessing a Battle Royale mode. Then, just a few days before the drop, Blizzard changed their World of Warcraft social media profile picture to a pirate
I could see healing a 4-man in a battle royale. I think they're not foolish to try it.
flag.
I could see that being extremely fun. Like my own little crew, my little 4-man, like random 4-man. I just follow them around as a disc priest or like a Mistweaver monk, right? And I just keep them alive. And they're like, oh my god, I love this Mistweaver monk. He's willing to heal.
Again, building up all the
Yeah, because I can do a lot of damage as Mistweaver actually, and I can run. I can run really well.
hype. So yeah,
I will try this. I think it's in more my vein than the current stuff that they're doing. The plunder thing sounds more like my shit.
when you then reveal
I
a
didn't know.
feature that isn't for everyone, well, the people that don't want a battle royale, that just want to play World of Warcraft, they're not going to be happy. I do think it's great that Blizzard is experimenting with new stuff in WoW. I think a lot of people are enjoying it a lot. I just think they should have stealth dropped this out of nowhere without teasing it first, and then it would have been much better received. Now, one thing to remember is that Blizzard bought Proletariat in summer 2022. That's the developer of Spellbreak, which was a unique fantasy mage-based battle royale. They put them to work
like
on World of
some kind of
Warcraft,
buzz.
and clearly
keep it
this
for
is the
later.
result. Then in some last debug news, we got a patch this week with some bug fixes, including a fix that nerfed the ballista skill. Prior to issuing the patch, however, the devs did communicate this upcoming nerf, starting by reminding us that they had a community survey, and the results were that players do want to see bug fixes to bugs that are leading to something in the game overperforming. In this case, we all saw how the ballista had absolute screen-clearing builds at endgame. The devs looked into it and realized there was a bug with the armed construction node on the ballista skill, which causes your ballistas to explode when they expire or are destroyed. One part of the node has the size of the explosion scale with your dexterity. But while the text says that the area would scale with the dexterity, it was actually the radius scaling with dexterity, meaning the explosions were over twice as big as they should have been. So again, they announced days in advance that they'd be fixing this bug so that the node properly scales with area as stated in the tooltip. This doesn't kill the build at all, it just makes it a bit less redonkulous. The dev team also released this week a post-mortem on the online launch issues with the game. And I think with this, we got one of the most in-depth, candid looks at what happens behind the scenes with a game launch possibly ever. In the 2,000-word blog post, they start by saying how over 1.4 million players logged in during the first week, with 265,000 concurrent players at their peak. But they wanted to talk about what went wrong and why. Why couldn't their servers handle all the incoming players? Why couldn't they just buy more servers or otherwise throw money at the problem to fix things? Well, they explained how, from the time you first log in to selecting a character to joining a game server, you're interacting with a half dozen online services, all operating behind the scenes. And for some of those services, it's difficult to design them in a way that they can easily scale up by just having more. The team had done robust testing for months before launch. The week before launch, they thought they were safe. But then, come launch morning, when they went to scale up their servers, surprise, surprise, only half the servers they requested spun up. Something was suddenly failing unexpectedly. On top of that, in an unrelated problem, their service host had an incident the night before that hadn't yet resolved by that morning, and that prevented the team from using the tools they normally use to make changes to the backend.
That's to buy echo
So
drops.
during the time when they
That's
most
gonna be
needed to go
expensive.
in and make
Annoying.
emergency fixes, their
Album
ability to
it'll
do
sell.
so was killed due to factors outside of their control. They did have workarounds to get in there, but these workarounds meant things would take significantly longer to fix. They were mere minutes before launch, and they estimated that they could only handle up to 150,000 concurrent players before their systems would begin to fail. And, well, we all know what happened. They suffered from success. So, over the course of the next 5 days, they were constantly deploying emergency fixes to a series of cascading failures in their systems. The servers were under up to 5 times the expected load because what happens when players fail to connect? They keep spamming over and over and over, trying to reconnect, which just puts the servers under even more stress. Then, when one service succeeds, all of a sudden you have this big influx of players smashing through to the next service and bringing the next service down, and so on and so on. In any case, that's just a small part of the story. They have the whole thing laid out in the blog post. The bottom line here, multiplayer server infrastructure is super challenging. But everything has worked out in the end. All right, in some Helldivers 2 news, we've had another eventful week. First, some accolades. The game has likely sold over 8 million copies, according to industry analysts, and that's just on Steam. The game is available on PC and PS5, and PC accounts for, it's estimated, 60% of sales, so we probably have 11 to 12 million copies of the game sold altogether. And even though the game released in February, it is topping the charts as the best-selling premium game in the US of 2024 so far. This is a huge success for the devs. Helldivers 1 sold about 2 million copies over its entire lifetime. And Helldivers 2 is already at 5 times that number after under 2 months. Now, on top of the game just being incredibly fun, I've been sneaking evenings of Helldivers 2 with my friends, and honestly, it's the most fun that I've had in a video game in a long time. But on top of that, I think it's just an example.
I don't think it's my game.
An excellent example.
I'm sure it's fun.
Of live service done right. The term live service has come to have such a negative connotation, and we think of a live service game, we think of AAA companies trying to milk us with battle passes and MTX. And yeah, sure, Helldivers 2 does have MTX, and it has a battle pass. But it does so in the most ethical way that I think we've seen in a game in modern times. First off, the game is only $40, not $70. Second, the battle passes never go away. In other words, they're not psychologically preying upon you, making you feel like you must buy now, or you will lose out on these items. Third, you got premium currency just playing the game normally. Pretty much every match you can farm premium currency. And you can farm up all the premium currency that you need to buy anything that you want eventually.
On that ridge across
Never
the
have to
valley.
spend a dime of real money on anything. And that just covers the monetization side of things. On the live service side of things, they have created a game in which the community feels like it is engaging in a part of a live, living, breathing ecosystem that responds to their actions. You have this massive galactic war campaign. All players contribute to liberating or defending planets, and as planets are lost or captured, and the narrative unfolds in response. Content drops are tied to this evolving narrative. The devs don't just release a patch that make mechs available to us. No, they tease them in the story ahead of time. They start to show them. They're appearing on maps. Oh, hey, what is this thing? Hey, I can actually get into this vehicle. Then they send us on missions to defend the planet that is producing the mechs. And we succeed on this mission as a community, and because we succeeded in defending this mech production facility, they're able to release the mechs into the game, and now all players can use mechs. It all feels very organic and immersive, and like we as players are actively involved and part of how the game evolves. This is an experience that can only exist as a live service. It's not a game with a live service tacked on to make more money. This is the model at its best. And speaking of the war efforts, well, we've been seeing some tremendous successes against the vile alien bugs. We were smashing major order after major order, liberating planets in the name of democracy with such efficiency that it felt like the Game Master Joel couldn't keep up with us. Well, we got cocky. After another major victory, taking planets Fenrir, Meridia, Turing, Irada, Estanu, and Heath, all in just a few days, we were all celebrating, high-fiving each other like we were unstoppable. We got complacent. We lost planet Estanu. No big deal. We'll take it back. Insignificant planet, not part of any major operation. But then the new major order came in. We had to liberate Fori Prime and Zagon Prime, and we had 3 days to do it. Now here's the problem. You can't just go straight to those planets. See, the game has supply lines to planets. You need to have a clear supply line, meaning you might need to liberate certain planets along the way to get to a planet. And in these cases, at minimum, we needed to liberate 4 planets in total. Well, it would have been 4 planets if we hadn't just lost Estanu. Whoops. 5 planets. 5 planets to liberate in 3 days. This is probably the single most challenging major order we've ever received since the game launched. players began to strategize the most optimal vector of attack to getting to Zagon, the most distant planet. But how do you ensure a community of players follows a plan? There was a most efficient path to take of planets to tackle in a specific order, and as long as everyone followed that plan, maybe we stood a chance. As long as we didn't divide our efforts attacking two different war fronts. But how do you ensure efforts are not wasted? How do you ensure that we can all collectively focus on a specific plan of attack? Well, if you know the answer, let me know, because we just flubbed it up. Bad. We took back Astana, we took Fori Prime, but with 8 hours left to go, we were nowhere close to even starting to tackle Zagon, and the path to the planet was still blocked. We failed the Major Order. And after the failure, we were greeted by this message. Though many Terminids have been mercifully called, the Helldivers were unable to penetrate as far inside the quarantine zone as ordered. The expansion of our citizens to new planets will be reduced in line with the reduction of expected Element 710 to be produced. Further procreation applications will be denied until further notice. That's what happens when you fail a major order, folks. Your sexy time privileges are revoked. But the weird thing is that some players actually got a message saying that their major orders succeeded, that the planets were liberated. This caused some confusion, and in any other game I would have assumed this was a bug. But in Helldivers, who knows? Maybe this is part of the narrative. Maybe some dissidents have hacked our communications feed in order to feed us misleading propaganda for some anti-democratic purpose. And even if it is a bug, we may never know for sure, because the devs will certainly come back and frame it as part of the narrative. For instance, we had a patch deploy this week, which included bug fixes and balance changes to some planetary hazards. Meteor showers and volcanoes got nerfed, and hazards will show up less frequently on missions in general. There's still going to be issues with friend requests, sadly. Hopefully they get that resolved soon. But then, in-game, players started to notice that no progress was being made in liberating planets. There was a bug that was preventing our progress, either from being tracked or from us being able to make progress at all. And the devs acknowledged the bug in an in-universe message, and then once they fixed it, they communicated that to us with this message. Cybersecurity update. A recent system security breach has resulted in galactic war tables displaying inaccurate information. The breach has been addressed, and all systems have been returned to normal operation. Any discrepancies are to be considered the result of dissident misinformation. Rest assured that the parties responsible have been identified, arrested, tried, and executed. I just love how we're all part of this elaborate roleplay metagame. There's so many great memes in the community. It's just fun to even be part of the Helldivers community. Oh, and as a follow-up on the flying bugs from last week, well, the Ministry of Intelligence has officially acknowledged the existence of flying bugs with this message. Intelligence brief.
I think if you're average, Helldivers is good. It strikes me as the new Call of Duty Warzone, I'd say. For the masses, not for me. I am gonna buy two. Yeah, anything bad? No, nothing really bad. So what am I doing? I am going to grab a key out of the Mog House, and I'm going to go over to Garlia's Citadel and try to enter and go open a coffer. And that will be annoying, but I can do that. It's not a hard thing to do. And I will go seek a Garlia's coffer and try to get my pants, I believe it is, because I have the key already. I have both keys, treasury and coffer, so I'll go poking through Garliage with this 3000 XP that I've got. And I'll probably die, but I mean, whatever. Maybe not. You never know, though. So, but I do need to bring the key. I'm gonna bring the key now. There's the Garliage chest key. I need the Garliage coffer key. Garliage coffer key. And, yeah. And then also, is there anything else in here? No. I need the mannequin set, and I will. I'll eventually get it. Garliage chest key. Garliage coffer key.
A new strain of flying terminids has suddenly appeared across all terminid planets, with no prior warning or indication of any kind. While the Ministry of Intelligence has always known this was a possibility, the abruptness of the evolution indicates a high possibility of dissident concealment. The deployment of termicide was fortuitously timed. Doubtlessly, it averted an even worse evolution. Helldivers are advised to exterminate these mutations whenever encountered. Thank goodness for that termicide, folks. It did not cause the evolution, no, it prevented a worse one. And we'll wrap up Helldivers 2 news with word that we're also likely to be getting a level cap raise at some point in the future, because when asked about the topic, a dev said, quote, "There is a plan to raise the level cap. If, when, how, etc. is not something we've lifted the lid off of yet, though. Hypothetically speaking, though, we hope that Helldivers 2 will live for years, and to think that we'd keep the level cap for that amount of time feels not very likely. Not even plausible, I'd say, hypothetically." And lastly, in some FFXI news, we continue to get teasers leading up to the full reveal of the upcoming expansion, Necropolis. Again, this is the season of quality of life changes, but some of the changes go beyond that as well. We're actually seeing some great changes for solo self-found players.
Save the extra stock
With
for later.
every teaser, we were just seeing win after win after win for GGG, as the devs were hitting upon all the issues players have been complaining about the most. All until the release of the Automation and Call to Arms Skill Gems teaser trailer, which was met with immense downvotes. Necropolis is adding 2 new skill gems to automate many instant skills and war cries, which is great, but they're doing this because they're removing the ability for players to bind instant skills to left click. And that got the community in an uproar. Because now, to basically achieve the same effect as before, you need to use one of these new automation gems, meaning you have to sacrifice another gem from your build for it. Now, for most builds, this actually isn't a huge deal. In fact, for some builds, it's an improvement now to run the automation gem. But summoner builds and mine users are really hurt by this. But once you got the expansion reveal, the devs addressed concerns here. The new mine mastery should provide the same functionality that mine users have lost, and they're also now looking into ways to address minion build friction. But outside of that, the Necropolis reveal was a huge win. They seem to have crammed so much content in this expansion, and many people were expecting a weaker expansion because last one was so strong. Necropolis brings new pinnacle content in the form of tier 17 maps, multiple Atlas passives, a Scarab overhaul, new penultimate bosses, more transfigured gems, and more. The League mechanic involves carrying a lantern that lets you manipulate the enemies you'll encounter in the Necropolis. You get to decide what buffs get assigned to what types of enemies. Then you bury corpses in the Necropolis and exercise them to craft items. There's 14 new unique items, 5 of which are exclusive to the Necropolis League. You'll unlock access to multiple Atlas passive trees. You can earn up to 2 extra trees by progressing through the Atlas. Overall, this league is looking really hype, and it's releasing on March 29th. We also got this week a trailer for the Ranger in Path of Exile 2, an archer character that will likely be my main. Did I say that as well about the marksman? Maybe I'll have many mains. I don't know.
Why would they make
I
a
like
Path
ranged
of
characters,
Exile
I like
2?
big bows, and I cannot lie, and the WASD gameplay with the bow looks like such an improvement over the stutter step, wrist flicking that we've endured for 20 years. Also, I'm sorry, but is she riding a chicken dinosaur here? Do we have some kind of mount skill gem now? We did get a bit of bad news for PoE 2 though. Beta has been delayed from June 7th to some undisclosed date later in the year. They said towards the end of the year. If I had to guess, that would put the full release of PoE 2 sometime in mid-2025 at the earliest, late Q2 at the earliest. But we'll see. And that's going to wrap up this video. But do be sure to check out last week's video in which we discussed some exciting upcoming features for Last Epoch. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Special thanks to my supporters for making these videos possible, and subscribe to join Rikers Raiders for more gaming content.
RPGs are one of the most influential genres in gaming. They include many of the most beloved and acclaimed games ever made, and there aren't many other genres that have been around for this long and been talked about this much. And yet, I don't think most people understand this genre very well. A lot of people don't know where it came from, how it's actually defined, how it changed, what caused those changes, where subgenres emerged, when the genre struggled and when it prospered, what were the biggest series and what happened to them, what games influenced other games, and more. RPG history is complicated. It stretches about 50 years now, and a lot can happen in 50 years. So this video will aim to cover those years, all of them, going from the humblest of beginnings to the troubles of today. And along the way, I hope the RPG genre might make a little bit more sense. There is a lot that can be learned from the history of RPGs, and its lessons still seem relevant today. After all, this is one of the few genres that hasn't simply evolved ever further away from its origins, but has instead often tried to evolve towards its starting point. RPG history still matters to RPGs. It's still shaping the present, and will still play a part in its future. So, let's talk history, starting with origins and definitions. The most common definition of an RPG is a game where you roleplay. But while this is simple and concise, it does have one slight problem, which is that no one ever agrees what exactly role-playing means in the context of video games. What do you mean, someone is probably thinking right now? Role-playing is obvious. It means a game where you play a role. So, I guess a game like Surgeon Simulator, a game about playing the role of a surgeon. Badly. Or Euro Truck Simulator, a game about playing the role of a truck driver. Probably also badly. Except these aren't RPGs, so maybe it's about playing the role of a defined character, like in Uncharted, where you play the role of treasure hunter Nathan Drake, or Pac-Man, where you play the role of Mr. Pac-Man. But these also aren't RPGs, so maybe role-playing has to involve you creating your own character, like in The Sims, or Street Fighter 6. Okay, so maybe role-playing needs a character, but you also need to be able to make choices about them that have consequences, like in the Choices Matter genre of games, such as Life is Strange or Telltale's The Walking Dead, which are all about choices that supposedly matter, and yet still aren't RPGs. So, if none of these games count, what exactly does it mean to play a role? Well, not a lot, because technically almost every game involves playing some kind of role, whether you are a cruel and unseen god, or a deranged theme park designer, or the latest generic action hero. As one of the world's most famous role players once wrote, "All the world's a stage, and all men and women are merely players." So, in many ways, we're all playing a role, all of the time, and if you disagree, take it up with Shakespeare, and good luck. He's dead. But if playing a role means so little, and applies to so much, then clearly a better definition is needed. So let's go back to where the term began, because defining what an RPG isn't that complex, but it does require context. In 1972, Atari made Pong, and with it, the commercial gaming industry was born. But in 1974, a very different game was made that was arguably much more influential. Dungeons & Dragons was created by Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson, and it wasn't a video game, but it did have a massive impact on gaming. Inspired by miniature wargames, which both Gygax and Arneson were avid players of, D&D was the first successful RPG of its kind, and it set itself apart from earlier wargames by focusing on players creating and role-playing as individual characters instead of controlling entire armies. One player then took the role of the Dungeon Master to act as a sort of storytelling referee as they worked alongside the other players in a form of collaborative storytelling. This is somewhat similar to what might be seen in other more traditional forms of role-playing, and yet where D&D differed from these was in its use of rules and stats-based systems that were governed by dice rolls, just like in miniature wargames. So basically, D&D took the more abstract concept of creating your own character and playing a role, and combined it with the less abstract rules and statistics of wargaming, to create one of the first true role-playing games, or RPGs, of its kind. Many more would follow in D&D's footsteps, including later and quite different editions of D&D itself, but Dungeons & Dragons has always remained the most popular tabletop RPG, and its impact on video games was immediate, with examples of games it inspired showing up in less than a year from its release. And perhaps unsurprisingly, these games took D&D's focus on creating a character that players would play the role of, as well as the use of rules, statistics, and dice rolls to govern gameplay, to create the computer RPG genre. Technological limitations and differences between the two mediums meant the way in which computer RPGs did this wasn't quite the same as their inspirations, but there was still a clear intent to replicate their experience and to maintain that core defining aspect of combining a focus on player characters with rules and stats-based gameplay. And this is the part which has remained true over all time periods and across all the very varied subgenres to provide us with the most accurate definition of an RPG as the term is actually used. So, RPGs are games which focus on player characters through features such as character creation, dialogue choices, narrative choice and consequence, and other types of player character expression, and combine this with statistical rules and gameplay, such as experience points and leveling up, character skills and stats, loot progression, and combat involving statistical calculations like hit chance or variations in damage numbers. Still, there are at least some grey areas to even this definition, because while all RPGs focus on player characters, they might do this in different ways, with some characters even being predefined. And RPGs can also feature multiple player characters while still counting as an RPG, as long as the game maintains a smaller, more personal scale like that seen in tabletop RPGs. What's more, what exactly is meant by statistical-based gameplay also isn't always clear, as over time many action RPGs have emerged that place less focus on numbers and decision-making, while non-RPGs have increasingly incorporated statistical elements to include features like increased player retention and money-sucking microtransactions. I mean, to provide players with a greater sense of pride and accomplishment. Still, the best way to understand the differences in gameplay between RPGs and non-RPGs is again to look at the context in which the genre emerged. In the 70s and 80s, arcades ruled the industry, and when consoles arrived, they were designed around and marketed as being like arcades but for the home. Video games of this era were therefore heavily based around the pay-to-play monetization of arcades, meaning they were challenging, replayable, included features like high scores, and most important of all, they aimed to be purely skill-based. Things like numbers, ambiguity, and randomness in gameplay systems would therefore be seen as bad and likely unfair, and instead, skill in these games was derived by mechanical execution, something that was purely in the player's control. Meanwhile, early mainframe and personal computer games had a completely different set of technical limitations, being generally far inferior to the more powerful arcade machines, and they also had none of the quarter-hungry monetization, meaning they were often radically different to their arcade rivals. A lot of the most famous computer games from this era were text-based adventure games, like Colossal Cave Adventure, or Zork.
God damn it! We've watched this before, like twice on my stream. You keep pushing this video when you don't know what to play, but it's weird. I've seen it like 3 times. Oh no! So here's real life lore with why France.
Most of the world's attention remains focused on the major wars.
Why France is actually prepared for war with Russia. Thank you for the extra content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
The Russians across the African continent that also has the potential to send shockwaves around the entire rest of the world. For a moment last July in 2023, as most of the world's attention remains focused on the major wars still ongoing in Ukraine and Gaza, there is another massive proxy war going on right now between the French and the Russians across the African continent that also has the potential to send shockwaves around the entire rest of the world. For a moment last July in 2023, the world's attention was briefly focused on this emerging proxy war between Moscow and Paris when military officers in Niger, a large landlocked country in West Africa, orchestrated a coup d'etat and overthrew the country's government. It was a particularly shocking development because Niger was the 6th country in only 3 years since 2020 in Africa's Sahel region to experience its government getting successfully overthrown in a coup. Following the previous successful coups that toppled governments in Mali in 2020 and 2021, in Chad, Sudan, and Guinea all in 2021, then in Burkina Faso in 2022, and then finally in Niger in 2023, which established this continuous belt of recently countries across the
43.
whole of Africa, from the Red Sea to the Atlantic, a geopolitical region that some analysts have started to controversially refer to as Africa's coup belt. And after the coup overthrew the government in Niger in July of 2023, another coup broke out nearby in Gabon only a month later in August that overthrew the longtime government there as well. The coup belt overlaps some of the most violent conflicts going on in the world that tragically fail to attract the international attention that they deserve. With an apocalyptic civil war still raging in Sudan between rival
Is this the
generals that
only
exploded
one?
in April of 2023, and with large swaths of territory across Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, currently dominated by radical Islamist factions like ISIS and Al-Qaeda,
42.
and might be on the brink of unilaterally declaring their own independent jihadist states. After the collapse of ISIS in Iraq and Syria, and after the expulsion of Al-Qaeda from Afghanistan, both groups have reformed themselves and recentered their primary territorial bases of operations away from the Middle East, towards here in the Sahel region, amidst the chronic instability in the coup belt. And tens of thousands of people have lost their lives, and millions more have been displaced in the process. For the very first time since the Global Terrorism Index began compiling records 13 years ago, a country other than Afghanistan or Iraq climbed into the #1 spot for deadly terror attacks in 2023. And it wasn't Israel, even after the widely publicized scale of Hamas's October 7th attack. It was Burkina Faso, who suffered nearly 2,000 deaths from terrorism in 2023 alone, that represented nearly a quarter of all terrorism-related deaths worldwide, and represented a surge of terrorism-related violence in the country, up 68% compared to 2022. And neighboring Mali wasn't far behind it in 3rd place overall, suffering more deadly terrorism in 2023 than either Pakistan or Syria. This has made the Tri-Point border region between Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger the new epicenter of global terrorism in the 21st century, as much of it has fallen under the direct control of either ISIS or Al-Qaeda. There is a genuine fear that many of these countries may be on the verge of imminent state collapse. And with the sole exception of Sudan, who has its own problems, all of these unstable and fragile countries in Africa's coup belt are former and arguably still current economic, if not political, colonies of France. That in nearly every case were home to thousands of French troops, who are ostensibly there fighting against the likes of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, but who are also there to defend major French economic interests before the coup leaders took power and expelled them from the country. Since the coups overthrew governments in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, French troops and even the French ambassadors have all been collectively expelled. As a wave of anti-French sentiment sweeps across the continent, and in nearly every instance, the expulsion of French troops and French ambassadors have been met with a welcoming of hundreds to even thousands of new Russian troops from the mercenary Wagner Group in the newly rebranded Russian Africa Corps, to fight against the ongoing insurgencies instead, as the spaces on the board in West Africa begin rapidly shifting like falling dominoes away from France's sphere of influence and towards Russia's. It's a complicated proxy war that overlaps the struggles between West African nations, tribes, and ethnicities themselves, that is directly challenging France's long, profitable, and largely invisible neo-colonial domination over their former directly ruled colonies in Africa, that has continued on for generations after most Westerners believed it all ended. It is directly threatening the foundation that France has built its prosperity upon for centuries. And it appears to be a theater of Russia's war with the West that Moscow is currently winning, and that hardly anybody in the Western world ever reports on or really even understands. And so, in order for you to understand why Russia is beating France here, why the Sahel region of Africa has become so unstable in the 2020s, and why it's all so important to the outcome of both Europe and Africa's future, it helps to understand the uniquely exploitative history of French colonialism in Africa. and the uniquely long-lasting vestiges of French neo-colonialism in Africa that have persisted long past all of the other former European colonial regimes in Africa into the present day, and how this all intersects with geography, climate change, and Russia's own current geopolitical objectives and ambitions. The Sahel region is a very long and narrow band of arid land that runs across the African continent for more than 3,500 kilometers or 2,200 miles from the Red Sea in the east to the Atlantic in the west. It is a biogeographical transitional zone between the vast deserts of the Sahara to the north and the wet savannas and rainforests further to the south. Its name Sahel is derived from the Arabic word for shoreline, the shore of the sandy Sahara Sea. Across thousands of years of history, inland trading ports on this shore of the Sahara made the region an epicenter of global trade, and one of the wealthiest regions in the world. Cities like Timbuktu and Gao in modern-day Mali became major trading hubs in the medieval period between sub-Saharan Africa and the Mediterranean, as vast camel trains carried the region's natural and human resources like gold, ivory, and slaves northward and luxury goods southward, which brought enough wealth and prosperity to the Sahel that Timbuktu was once one of the biggest cities in the world in the 14th century, and it was the core of the empire of Mansa Musa, who is often regarded as potentially having been the richest human being to have ever lived. But then, beginning in the 15th century, European trading vessels began sailing down the African west coast and opened up
Oh no! What did you do? Oh no! You threw this entire runaway? No! You wouldn't grip! Oh, come on. Don't throw this runaway, please. No.
By the time of the Berlin Conference in the late 19th century, the relatively small French colonial empire in Africa that had already been established in modern-day Algeria, Senegal, and Gabon was dramatically expanded along arbitrary lines to cover nearly the entirety of the continent's west and the vast majority of the Sahel region. The French colonial empire then rapidly expanded across the continent without taking into consideration the historically important overland camel trading routes that were still important for the region's nomadic peoples who had no concept of nation-states or settled societies. Nor did the French take into account biogeographic realities like the ecological differences between the Sahara, the Sahel, and the wetter southern regions. And nor did the French take into account the boundaries of various ethnic groups or consider the differences between nomadic groups and settled groups. The French colonial authorities, like the rest of the Europeans who carved up Africa at the time, were exclusively interested in acquiring the region's rich natural resources, establishing their own authority, and crushing local political rulers. And unlike other 19th and 20th century European colonial projects in Africa, the French went so far as to declare in 1848 that Algeria was being annexed directly into the French nation itself. Algeria therefore extended beyond a mere colony from the perspective of Paris, and for more than a century until the 1960s, it was regarded as a core integral part of France, the same way as Paris. Hundreds of thousands of European French settlers came to colonize Algeria following the 1848 annexation, to the point where by 1959, still under French control, there were around 1.4 million French settlers present in Algeria, who represented about 13% of Algeria's entire population at the time. After the conclusion of World War II, in which France had been occupied by Nazi Germany for years, the French economy was in ruins, and France's post-war leaders sought to use their vast colonial project in Africa to maintain their status as a global great power going forward, and to try competing with the Americans and the Soviets as much as possible. Part of this included France's idea to push back against the US-dominated global financial system that emerged after the war by establishing a brand new currency for all of their African colonies in 1945 that they called the CFA franc, an acronym that in French stood for the French Colonies in Africa franc. The CFA franc to be used in France's African colonies was to be pegged directly to the French currency, the French franc, in a way that was deliberately designed to strengthen the French franc against the US dollar in the post-war world. The French franc was devalued near the end of 1945 in order to establish a fixed exchange rate with the US dollar. And by 1948, the CFA franc was pegged to the French franc at a rate of 2 French francs to 1 CFA franc. which spared
Oh, I
the CFA
wasted too
franc
much
from going
time.
through the same
Oh, well.
devaluation as the French franc
That's all right.
did, and deliberately
I thought it would be up for a
overvalued the
while, or I
CFA
wouldn't have
franc
done this.
relative to the French
At least I
franc.
can go back
Essentially,
fast.
what this meant in practice was that the
This
colonies
wasn't really worth
using the CFA
jumping
franc
off
would
the
experience higher
chocobo.
costs to export their raw materials to anywhere that wasn't France, since France would benefit from the frictionless conversion between their currencies, which ultimately crushed the competitiveness of CFA franc user exports to anywhere that wasn't France. While at the same time, it also made the colony's imports of manufactured goods from France less expensive than from anywhere else, which essentially enabled France to import raw materials from their African colonies for below market rates and then sell them back finished products for above market rates. And with the direct convertibility of the CFA franc being directly pegged to the French franc, French companies could open up mines and operations in the colonies and extract their resources, while easily sending their profits back home to France without the fear of foreign exchange fluctuations. It was a great system and deal for the French, and it enabled Paris to partially fund their post-World War II economic recovery through a rather sly wealth transfer from their African colonies to themselves. But by the mid-1950s, there was increasing sentiment rising among the Africans for their independence from Europe. In the beginning, France initially responded to these calls for independence in their colonies with overwhelming violence. In 1954, Algeria rose up in a revolution to shake off the French settler colonial project there, and what followed was a brutal 7-year war for independence. The French were particularly ruthless in crushing the Algerian independence movement because Paris still officially considered Algeria to be a core integral territory of France itself. The French army committed brutal and wide-scale massacres and other atrocities across Algeria, and across the 7 years of war, it's estimated that around 1 million Algerians were killed. At least 8,000 Algerian villages were destroyed, and more than 2 million Algerians were rounded up and placed into French-run concentration camps. The French also treated the sparsely populated Algerian Sahara as their testing ground for nuclear weapons during the war as well, testing and detonating a total of 17 nukes in the country between 1960 and 1966 that exposed thousands of locals to radiation. Over time, the Algerian War's brutality and high costs gradually turned French public opinion against it, as did international support for the war from France's allies like the United States, which eventually forced France to concede and grant Algeria its independence in 1962, which led to a mass exodus of more than 900,000 of the French settlers who lived in Algeria back to metropolitan France, who were terrified of suffering Algerian reprisals. And as all of this brutality and horror was very publicly going on for the whole world to see in Algeria, France began attempting to hang on to the rest of their African colonies through more covert, less expensive, less bloody, and less internationally damaging methods. After having pressed the CFA franc currency on them in 1945, the French essentially hijacked and co-opted genuine independence movements in the rest of their West African colonies by courting, influencing, and placing their hand-picked local elites into positions of power, as essentially puppets before offering them their theoretical independence. Each of these colonies were then offered so-called cooperation agreements by Paris that would define their future relationship with France going forward post-independence. These agreements differed from colony to colony. They sometimes granted French companies continued privileged access to their natural resources. They sometimes enabled the French to continue maintaining military bases in their countries. But they always advised the colonies to continue remaining within the CFA franc financial system. The colonies accepting these cooperation agreements and remaining within the CFA franc system after 1958 was and has always been presented by the French as being a supposedly completely voluntary arrangement, where they were all free to say yes or no post-independence. But the French also made it extremely clear what would end up happening to any of these future countries post-independence if they rejected the arrangement. Guinea was the only one of France's colonies in Africa who flat-out rejected France's offers post-independence in 1958, including remaining within the CFA franc system, with Guinea's then leader, Sékou Touré, defiantly declaring during a speech in front of France's then President Charles de Gaulle that he preferred to be poor in freedom rather than rich in slavery. And the French decided to make as painful an example out of him and of Guinea as possible. The French agreed to fully withdraw from Guinea and granted them their independence. But on the way out, they deliberately tore down and destroyed everything that they could that they considered to have been French contributions to Guinea society. They destroyed machinery, burned their plans for the capital's sewage system, destroyed their medicine rather than leave it behind, and even unscrewed their light bulbs in their offices and took them all back to France. All French foreign aid to Guinea was eliminated, and after Guinea subsequently turned towards the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc for financial experts to help them develop their own independent currency in 1959, the French took it as a direct threat to their CFA franc system, and so they began flooding Guinea with counterfeited Guinean currency to try and generate hyperinflation and crash their economy. And they even started to begin arming Guinean rebels. And when responding to other threats in Africa against their neo-colonial system, the French responded with similar violent methods. A Cameroonian anti-colonialist leader of the era, named Félix Roland Morny, was assassinated by the French Secret Service in Switzerland in 1960, using a method evoking the current assassinations carried out by Vladimir Putin against his enemies in Europe. They poisoned him with radioactive thallium and gave him an agonizingly painful death. In 1957, just before the colonies began getting offered their deals on independence, French geologists discovered large uranium reserves in a remote part of northern Niger. And as it turned out, Niger had the 7th largest known reserves of uranium in the entire world, and the highest quality uranium ore that has ever been discovered on the African continent. Initially, the French wanted continued access to this uranium in Niger to develop their own independent nuclear weapons arsenal, so that they could achieve strategic autonomy from both the United States and the Soviet Union. But later on, they also wanted continued access to Niger's uranium to power their burgeoning nuclear energy industry. The first commercial French-owned uranium mines in Niger were opened in 1971. And Niger's uranium has ever since become a majorly important component of France's energy strategy. No other country in the world has pursued nuclear power as aggressively as the French have, to the point where today in 2024, the country is home to 56 nuclear reactors in 18 separate nuclear power plants that generate roughly 63% of France's total electricity output. In order to fuel them and continue generating all of that electricity, France currently requires around 8,000 tons of raw uranium ore per year. And without any uranium within France's own borders, all of it has to be imported from abroad. Kazakhstan is by far the modern world's single largest producer of uranium, accounting for 43% of the entire world's production of it as of 2022, while Niger, by comparison on a global scale, is a fairly minor player, producing only about 5% of the world's supply. But because of the way that the CFA franc financial system has always worked in France's former colonies for decades after their theoretical independence, Niger's exports have always been expensive and uncompetitive, unless they are exported to France, who was able to use their own undervalued currency that was pegged to the overvalued CFA franc to purchase them for below their market value. Niger had no other choice but to sign grossly unfair deals with French multinational companies that exploited their uranium resources and brought them back to France. Orano, the multinational uranium mining company that's headquartered in Paris, that is currently 90% owned by the French government, currently operates 3 uranium mines in Niger, though only one of them continues to remain in active operation today as of 2024. And even though Niger is a fairly minor uranium producer globally, with 5% of worldwide uranium production, it continues to be a major source of French uranium imports to this day. Kazakhstan, as the world's largest uranium producer, is also France's largest uranium supplier, having provided roughly 37% of France's uranium imports in 2022. But Niger is still France's second largest source of uranium imports, having provided 20% of French imports the same year. This meant that in 2022, 80% of all the uranium produced in Niger by French-owned multinational companies like Orano was exported to France, which went on to power roughly 12.5% of France's total electricity. Or, in other words, about 8 million French citizens continue to rely on the importation of uranium from Niger to power their homes. Niger's uranium has therefore remained a core strategic interest for France into the present day. Meanwhile, for Niger, despite mineral mining like uranium taking up 40% of the country's export volume, it only accounts for about 3% of the country's GDP, because very little of the profits from uranium mining have ever remained within Niger. The uranium of Niger weren't the only raw materials in France's colonial empire that Paris wanted to maintain their access to after granting them their independence. Significant oil deposits were discovered in Gabon when it was still directly ruled as a colony by France in 1931. And after Gabon's theoretical independence in 1960, the French also wanted to maintain their access to the oil, just like they did with Niger's uranium. In the mid-1960s, a Gabonese man named Omar Bongo was essentially
Ormo
interviewed
Bongo.
by French President Charles de Gaulle for the position of Gabon's president, and appointed shortly thereafterwards. Bongo was an
Bongo.
ardent Francophile who ruled the country for
Francophile.
decades afterwards, all the way until 2009. And then his young son, Ali Bongo, took over and continued the pro-French dictatorship in Gabon until he was finally overthrown just last year, in August of 2023. Throughout the decades that the Bongos ruled the country, they enabled the precursor of today's giant French oil company Total to dominate Gabonese oil production in exchange for an annual bribe that sometimes amounted to 50 million euros a year. In 1988,
50
the
million
New York
euros.
Times reported that France was covering about 1/3 of the Bongo government's budget in Gabon,
that?
most of which flooded
Oh,
into Omar
okay.
Bongo's own personal accounts, enabling the Bongos themselves to get ludicrously rich while the French were able to maintain their privileged access to the country's oil and other resources, while also maintaining a permanent military presence in the country, too. In 1999, a U.S. Senate investigation into Citibank discovered that Omar Bongo had about $130 million stashed in the bank's personal accounts.
Omar
which
Bongo.
alone made him one of the wealthiest heads of state in the world.
Oh my God, he was
Despite
just
Gabon's
crooked.
oil-dominated GDP per capita
Made
growth
it.
being among the highest in
And
Africa
there's
during his
another
more
one
than
of those
40
devices.
years in office, his government only paved about 5 kilometers worth of roads per year while he was in charge. And Gabon continued to have one of the
Nice.
world's highest rates of infant
Guess I'll
mortality at the time of
figure
his
out what to
death
do
in
with it later.
2009, while 1/3 of the population continued living in poverty. Largely because the Bongo family hoarded all of the nation's wealth for themselves and for France. Omar Bongo apparently said at one point that Gabon without France is like a car with no driver, and France without Gabon is like a car with no fuel. The Bongo family was so exorbitantly wealthy from their decades of corruption and exploitation of their own people for the benefit of France that in 2007, his daughter-in-law made a bizarre appearance on the US music channel VH1's reality TV show, Really Rich Real Estate, where she attempted to buy a $25 million mega mansion in Malibu, California. France's deep and
Wow.
endearing grip over its former colonies in West Africa.
She's the lady who buys the mansions. That's funny. I always wondered who that was.
So unique and so
I'm like, who buys all this shit? It's her. Because you can't go wrong buying houses. You're always going to do well. You're always going to make money. Houses are a good thing to buy.
No less than 122 separate military interventions
There's another
into
watchtower
Africa just
on the
between
other side of the
1960
valley.
and the mid-1990s.
I wonder if it's got a lens at the
including a
top.
surge of hundreds of French Marines and tanks to Gabon in 1990 to help put down riots that erupted against their puppet Omar Bongo's rule.
Omar
And
Bongo.
ever since France's West African colonies were granted their theoretical independence in 1960, the CFA franc system has remained largely in place for decades to the continued benefit of France. Its name has changed over the decades to what it currently is, an acronym in the French language for the Financial Community of Africa franc, rather than the old French colonies in Africa franc, though its original purpose has largely remained intact. Some countries have withdrawn from the system, as Guinea did early on, and as Madagascar and Mauritania each did in 1973, while others have joined that were never original French colonies to begin with, like Equatorial Guinea in
can almost see
1985
the
and
entire
Guinea-Bissau in
valley up here.
1997. It is still ultimately used by 14 countries in West and Central Africa today, though, the majority of whom used to be directly ruled as colonies from Paris. And ever since 1999, after France adopted the euro, the CFA franc currency simply evolved to become pegged to the euro instead of the old French franc. The current peg, as of 2024, has remained the same ever since 1999, and remains set at €1 equals precisely 655.957
Rotting wood and crumbling
CFA
stone.
francs. Modern
Hold up.
proponents of the CFA franc system continuing, which are very often French or European, point to the fact that the CFA franc being pegged to the euro has helped keep these 14 African countries' currencies stable and kept their inflation rates low when compared to their neighbors. For example, the inflation rate in Ivory Coast, which has always remained a CFA franc user,
strong
has been
smell.
markedly lower than what
This
the inflation
spear
rate
she
in
has
neighboring
looks like it
Ghana has
sucks,
been, which
kind
has
of.
never been a
But it's
CFA
also- it
franc
also
user.
looks really
Equatorial
strong.
Guinea and Guinea-Bissau, two countries that were never French colonies and were therefore not original members of the CFA franc, back when it was originally conceived of in 1945, each decided to join the CFA franc system later in 1985 and 1997 respectively, largely out of a desire to stabilize their own currency systems and to crush what at the time was their rampant inflation rates. The system is not completely without its merits, but the counter-arguments
I don't
against the
see anything
CFA
else here.
franc
I guess
that
I must have
largely
got
come
it.
from Africans themselves revolve around a lot of notable issues. For one thing, because their currencies are directly pegged to the euro, their monetary policies are effectively still outside of their own sovereignty, and are still decided by the European Central Bank in Frankfurt. And the European Central Bank has very different economic priorities than the CFA franc countries in Africa do. The European Central Bank is primarily interested in combating inflation within the highly developed economies of the Eurozone in Europe, while most of the underdeveloped African countries who use the CFA franc are primarily interested in investing in infrastructure and creating jobs for their people, which are policies that drive inflation up. Historically, there was also a condition all the way up until 2019 that CFA franc members had to maintain 50% of all their liquid reserves with the French Treasury in Paris for safekeeping. But even though that policy was removed via a reform in 2019, France still prints all of the CFA franc currency in circulation, while the European Central Bank still effectively controls their monetary policy that is often against their best interests, which has led many people over many decades to argue that without any control over their own monetary policy, these countries in France-Afrique have never truly achieved their full sovereignty and independence from France. And so, their struggle for true decolonization has continued into the present day. And since these CFA franc countries' exports to the Eurozone and imports from the Eurozone have remained cheaper than elsewhere, it has continued financially benefiting France and Europe, while also crippling their own abilities to make significant revenues from their exports, which has made export-driven economic growth in them largely impossible to achieve, and which has further discouraged any domestic industries in them from ever developing. And so for these reasons, while CFA franc users' inflation rates have indeed been lower than that of their neighbors, their economic growth rates have also generally been significantly lower too. Comparing Ivory Coast, who uses the CFA franc, with Ghana, who doesn't again, you'll see that Ivory Coast's constant GDP per capita actually peaked decades ago back in 1978, and has never since recovered, while Ghana's has consistently risen ever since 1983 nearly every year. And the story is largely the same across the whole CFA franc area. Niger's real GDP per capita peaked at an all-time high in 1965, only 5 years after their official independence from France, and has never recovered ever since. Gabon's real GDP per capita peaked in 1976 and has also never recovered, while the Republic of the Congo's and Cameroon's real GDP per capitas each peaked in the 1980s and have also never recovered. And because domestic economic growth has always been so low in all of these CFA franc countries, it has incentivized the local despotic elites who lead them, who are usually very closely connected to France, to simply plunder what little wealth there is for themselves and their own tribes, which exacerbates the underlying economic issues and barriers to growth even further. The whole system has benefited France at the expense of the vast majority of Africans for more than 60 years now, after most Westerners thought that European colonialism in Africa ended. In 2007, the then French President Jacques Chirac summed the whole situation up when he said, quote, "Don't forget one thing, and that is that a large portion of the money that we have in our purses comes precisely from the exploitation of Africa over the centuries. So we need a little measure of good sense. I didn't say generosity, but good sense and justice to render to Africans, I would say, what we took from them. This is necessary if we want to avoid the most severe turmoil and difficulty, with all of the political consequences that this will bring in the near future." End quote. So Chirac knew as early as 2007 that without major reforms to France's exploitative system in Africa, the Africans themselves would one day eventually rebel against the system, especially as the region's demographics were expected to continue growing further into the 21st century. Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Chad have all seen their population growth rates exceed 100% since the turn of the 21st century. And as their populations rapidly increased, so too did each of their demographic abilities to question and challenge their France-centric economic systems. Moreover, the borders of nation-states that the French imposed on the Sahel and elsewhere in Africa were mostly arbitrarily defined and didn't line up with the region's ancient and still important overland trade routes, nor with the region's many different ethnicities and tribes, many of whom have always been nomadic herding people who have never understood the concept of European-style nation-states, and have never respected what they consider to be arbitrary and porous borders carving across their ancient herding lands. The Tuareg are one of these nomadic ethnic groups in the area still today without a state of their own, whose traditional lands span across the sparsely populated parts of Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Algeria, and Libya. The Fulani are another ethnic group across the Sahel without a single state of their own who number about 38 million today, an estimated 1/3 of whom continue to be fully nomadic, which makes them the largest nomadic pastoral group remaining anywhere in the contemporary world. And on top of all of these problems, climate change has been exacerbating the potential for conflict in the region in the 21st century as well. It is estimated that since the start of the Industrial Revolution, worldwide temperatures have risen by an average of 2 degrees Fahrenheit or 1.1 degrees Celsius. But the average temperature rise in the Sahel region has been estimated to be 50% higher than that. Since the mid-20th century, the rapidly increasing populations in the Sahel have stripped most of the land bare of trees for firewood, while a corresponding increase in the numbers of cattle present in nomadic herds meant that more of the Sahel's grass began getting eaten, which, combined with the loss in trees, led to rapidly increasing soil erosion and increased desertification as the Sahara Desert began expanding southward into the Sahel like a slow-moving tsunami of sand. Since 1950, the Sahara Desert is believed to have grown in size by roughly 8% and advanced into the Sahel region by about 100 kilometers or 62 miles, a trend that is only expected to continue across the rest of the 21st century. When their lands are flooded by sand and when increased droughts and erosion kills their grasses for grazing, the nomadic people of the Sahel, like the Tuareg or the Fulani, are physically forced to move their herds onto other areas, usually further south into more traditionally sedentary societies and cultures, which frequently leads to the opportunity for violence. The Tuaregs, in particular, have never really recognized the legitimacy of the post-colonial states that they have always viewed as being forced upon them. The first Tuareg rebellion in the Sahel in the post-colonial era happened in 1962, only 2 years after these countries' theoretical independences from France were granted, and they have continued periodically ever since. A major Tuareg rebellion in northern Mali in 2012 managed to take over the entire north of the country, before declaring their independence as the so-called State of Azawad before it all got itself co-opted by Islamist forces like Al-Qaeda. At the time, it appeared to Paris that Al-Qaeda-backed militants were on the verge of expanding from the north of Mali and toppling the entire country, and setting up a jihadist state like the Taliban's Afghanistan on the doorstep of Europe, which was one of the most catastrophic challenges to the France-Afrique system that had ever presented itself. If they had been successful, millions of refugees would have likely fled northward to Europe. The Tuaregs might have gotten more ambitious and begun expanding across their other ethnic lands like in Niger, where France's uranium mines are located that power millions of French homes with electricity. And so, at the request of the Malian government itself, the French decided to launch a major military intervention into Mali in 2013, to beat the rebels in Mali back and to restore control over the entire country to the Malian government. More than 5,000 French troops were rapidly deployed and quickly re-secured control over the country for the Malian government. And afterwards, the French settled in for a long counterinsurgency campaign in the Sahel that was ostensibly in place to push back against Islamist rebels in the area to defend the sovereignty of states like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Chad, but was also to protect France's neo-colonial interests in the area, like the uranium in Niger and the continuation of the CFA franc financial system. At its peak, the French counterinsurgency operation in the Sahel in the late 2010s, codenamed Operation Barkhane, had 5,500 deployed French troops assisted by 5,000 more troops committed by the Sahel states themselves of Chad, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Mauritania. But that was only a little more than 10,000 total troops tasked with patrolling and monitoring a vast area of the African continent, roughly 1.9 million square miles in area, which is about 60% of the size of the continental 48 United States. They could not possibly adequately defend this whole area, and so were largely forced to rely on drones and special forces instead in this huge and sparsely populated expanse of land that the Islamist forces could always just retreat back into and virtually disappear from sight. And as the years went on, the Islamist insurgency that began in Mali among the Tuaregs in 2012 began to creep back to life and then expanded rapidly into other groups in the Sahel that had long-standing previous grievances against the system, including among the Fulani. Al-Qaeda and later ISIS seized on these people's deep-seated grievances, and by mid-2015, they were already back in northern and central Mali. And by 2016, they had expanded their operations across the porous, sparsely populated, and lightly defended borders into neighboring Burkina Faso and Niger as well. And the scale of violence exploded to unprecedented levels. Between 2007 and 2022, deaths from terrorism in the Sahel rose by an almost unbelievable 2,000%, while the epicenter of global terror attacks shifted away from the Middle East to the tri-point area between the borders of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, which has since become one of the most dangerous places in the entire world. Since 2015 alone, the year after the French-led counterinsurgency operation in the Sahel began, around 20,000 people in Burkina Faso have been killed in terror attacks. And after the French troops were expelled from the country in 2022, the violence surged even higher, to the point where currently in 2024, the country has become the deadliest in the entire world for terrorism. An Islamist faction in Mali known as JNIM that's backed by Al-Qaeda currently controls a large swath of northwestern Mali along the border with Mauritania, while another group that calls itself the Islamic State Sahel Province dominates the tri-point area and large swaths of land across Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso, while more moderate secular Tuareg rebels are back in control over most of the rest of northern Mali again. Within these countries, frustration steadily mounted at the lack of progress against the insurgencies that their governments and the French were achieving, which also revived old and hard feelings in them over the lasting negative impacts of France's neo-colonial practices in the area. As the insurgencies continued spiraling out of control, many Africans in these countries began wondering if the French were really there to protect the Africans at all, or if they were really just there to protect their own continued national interests and the continuation of the exploitative France-Afrique system that had lingered on for the past 60 years. This building anti-French sentiment in the Sahel eventually boiled over in Mali by 2021, when a coup led by military officers brought a new anti-French military regime into power led by a man named Assimi Goïta. In the aftermath, the new government expelled the 1,000 French troops that remained in the country as a part of France's Sahel-wide counterinsurgency operation, and even severed their relations with Paris by expelling the French ambassador. And then, immediately sensing the unique opportunity that this presented, the Russian mercenary Wagner group that was then led by Yevgeny Prigozhin stepped in to fill the vacuum that France's sudden departure had caused, by offering up their own troops to replace the French in Mali's continued fight against the Islamist insurgencies, to which the Malian junta quickly accepted. And then, before hardly anyone even knew it, there were 1,000 Russian mercenaries contracted by the Wagner group deployed into Mali. And Mali had flipped from being firmly within the French sphere of influence into the Russian. The Wagner Group's operations in Africa had been a fairly recent development, dating only back to 2017 when they sent a few advisors and geologists to Sudan to assist the warlord Hamdan Hamedi Dagalo and his rapid support forces and to acquire access to the Sudanese gold mines that he controlled. The neighboring Central African Republic then became the proving ground for Wagner's potential capabilities. The country has been locked in a civil war for more than a decade ever since 2012. But the country's government began hiring Wagner's mercenaries for military service in 2017. And by 2021, roughly 2,000 Wagner mercenaries took part in the government's major counteroffensive and returned most of the country's major towns back to government control. Wagner's success in the Central African Republic proved to be a valuable advertisement to other African nations struggling with containing their own rebellions. And it came just in time after the new anti-French government in Mali took over and expelled their previous French partners. Wagner happily came to replace them. And then, after Russia invaded Ukraine shortly afterwards the following year in 2022, and the French began imposing massive sanctions on Russia, the Wagner Group was also happy to begin fanning the pre-existing flames of anti-French sentiment across the Sahel to their own benefit too. The Wagner Group, and by extension Russia, was able to present itself to these countries as a capable and alternative security partner to France, without any of the colonial and neo-colonial baggage that Paris drags around with it in the region. And despite the Wagner Group having been accused of committing multiple war crimes and massacres across Africa, their anti-colonial message was cleverly crafted to resonate very well with Africans who were already sick of France. After Prigozhin's ill-fated mutiny against the Kremlin and march on Moscow failed, that almost certainly cost him his life in a supposed plane crash in August of 2023, the Russian government recognized the usefulness of his operations he had built across Africa. And so they've largely all been reformed now into the semi-officially named Africa Corps. This rebranded Wagner Group in Africa is no longer a privately owned enterprise like it was under Prigozhin, but is now directly controlled by the Russian Military Intelligence Service, the GRU. After further anti-French coups replaced governments in Burkina Faso in 2022 and in Niger in 2023, the new Africa Corps has been quick to offer them similar deals as they have with Mali, which are so-called regime survival packages. Essentially, the Africa Corps will send their troops into these countries to protect their leadership and fight against their insurgencies and rebellions going on in them in exchange for access to their raw materials that Russia wants, especially gold. Mali and Burkina Faso are the second and third largest producers of gold in Africa, remaining only behind Ghana. And if their gold productions were combined, they would be the fourth largest gold producer in the entire world, remaining about equivalent to Canada and only behind the top three big global gold producers: Australia, Russia, and China. Control over or access to these gold mines in the Sahel has been a major objective of the Islamists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS to continue covertly funding their operations. And it's now also a major objective of the Russian Africa Corps, who desires to smuggle the gold out of these major mines across the region's porous borders back towards Russia itself, as a means of covertly evading Western sanctions to keep funding their war effort in Ukraine. In addition to securing Russian access to raw materials here like gold, the Africa Corps is also being tasked with disrupting French access to as much of the same raw materials in the region as possible. Leaked documents have already shown the Africa Corps' intentions to weaponize their budding relationship with Niger, to threaten continued French access to the uranium mines in the country that power more than 12% of France's electricity. The three main anti-French junta-led Sahel states, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, have all either welcomed the Africa Corps into their countries already or are in the process of doing so in Niger's case, while all French troops from them have been expelled and relations with France severed. The three states also announced their own new military defense pact called the Alliance of Sahelian States, and then in January of 2024, they all announced their formal withdrawals from the ECOWAS regional alliance system, months after fears of a war between themselves and the rest of ECOWAS had largely subsided. Then, in February of 2024, the Alliance of Sahelian States began hosting high-level discussions on further withdrawing from the CFA franc system, with the new leader of Niger insisting that in order for decolonization from France to be finally completed, and for Niger to achieve its full sovereignty, it needed to acquire its full monetary sovereignty back from Paris, which it hasn't ever truly enjoyed for centuries now. While the new leader of Burkina Faso has vowed that his country will never again be dominated by Europeans. If they do end up moving forward with abandoning the